Chapter 337, Sakra Heavenly Sword. The cloud was formless, the wind was unfixed, and the sword aura was the same. One could not see the slightest bit of power. Li Lingtian swung his sword down lightly. All the warriors were confused as the sword did not carry any power. However, Tabayu's eyes were filled with fear. He felt that the destructive power of this sword was something that he could not withstand. Sword, quick! The sword was sharp. The speed of the sword was so fast that it exceeded the sight of the martial artists. In an instant, the sword momentum had already landed on the great Brahma shield. The gazes of all the martial artists also shifted to Tuobayu. Crash, hiss. The sword aura landed on the great Brahma shield. The great Brahma shield, which was known as a peerless heavenly weapon, was split into two in front of the sword aura. At the same time, Tabayu was also split into two by the sword aura. A tearing sound rang out as Tabayu's entire body was pulverized by the sword light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the world. Instantly, thousands of experts were stunned when they saw this scene. This was a monstrous expert at the third level of the martial honored realm. His strength was not inferior to the fifth level of the martial honored realm at all. However, such an expert was destroyed by a sword. Whoosh! A great commotion arose. Except for the sounds of the battle between the silver-winged flying dragon and Dishi Lingfeng, all other warriors and everything in the air were frozen. At that moment, Dishi Lingfeng could not help but be shocked. He flashed and gave up on the silver-winged flying dragon. Instead, he hovered in the air and looked at Li Lingtian from afar. The silver-winged flying dragon had been beaten by Dishi Lingfeng and was covered in wounds. Now that Dishi Lingfeng had left, it could finally catch its breath. In a flash, it came to Li Lingtian's side. Tuobayu, the number one genius of the Tuoba family, was actually killed just like that. Countless experts felt like they were hallucinating, unable to accept the reality in front of them. This was also the reason why Dishi Lingfeng gave up on the silver-winged flying dragon. Li Lingtian's strength was beyond his imagination. If he did not leave, he would not be able to withstand Li Lingtian's attack. In the air, Li Lingtian's mouth was stained with blood as he scanned his surroundings in search of the space formation. He couldn't stay in this place for long. By now, the top-grade powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family hadn't shown up yet. There must be some conspiracy. If he stayed here, he would not have the slightest chance. Dishi Lingfeng, I will let you live for a few days today, and then I will take your life. Li Lingtian said coldly. His entire body exuded an icy aura and his gaze was extremely cold. All the warriors remained silent as they watched Li Lingtian's actions. They were feeling a little fearful of this young martial emperor. Sacrifice. He summoned the divine array diagram and waved his hands continuously. Li Lingtian's face was filled with anxiety as a strange sense of danger struck his heart. Destroy my Dishi family? Do you want to leave just like that? Is there such a simple thing in this world? A faint voice sounded. The voice was ethereal and uncertain, and no one knew where the source was. Furthermore, the voice carried a supreme pressure that made Li Lingtian's heart tremble. Just the voice alone had brought him a strong sense of oppression. He wondered just how powerful the owner of the voice was. All the experts were surprised. They were obviously curious about the owner of this voice. In the air, an old man with white hair and beard appeared strangely. The old man's arrival did not even cause the slightest spatial fluctuation in the air. It was as if the old man had been there all along. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the old man's movement technique and cultivation base. The old man's face was calm. Even when facing the destruction of the Dishi family, he did not show any anger. Instead, he looked at Li Lingtian with a calm expression. Sakra Heavenly Sword. A super powerful warrior from Dishi family. 7th level Supreme Realm. The most powerful being under the Supreme Elders of Dishi family. For a moment, some of the super experts recognized this old man. When they discovered the old man's appearance, they were incomparably shocked. This Sakura heavenly sword was a legend of the Dishi family. Ever since it had been created, it had never been defeated. It was extremely powerful. When he was at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, he had already killed a 5th level Supreme Realm expert. Now that he had reached the 7th level, his strength was even more domineering. More importantly, the Sakura heavenly sword was born with a sword, and its cultivation in the sword path was unparalleled. This was also the key reason why he was invincible among his peers. Everyone, I've made a fool of myself. After the Sakura sky sword showed up, he cupped his hands towards the powerful warriors in the distance and showed a faint smile on his face. Dishi family was indeed embarrassed by such a thing. Even if he wanted to kill this young man, he had to greet the other powerful warriors who came to congratulate him, and some of them were people that his Dishi family couldn't afford to offend. When all the powerhouses saw the Sakura heavenly sword appear, it was as if they had seen the result. Sakura heavenly sword was the true powerhouse. 7th heaven, even if the 8th or 9th heaven came, they might not be able to kill him. Li Ling Tian, right? As long as you kneel and beg for mercy, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Sakura sword's gaze landed on Li Ling Tian. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, but no one noticed it. Even though he was a 7th level Supreme Realm expert and had unparalleled strength, the young martial emperor in front of him was even more terrifying. He was much stronger than him back then. He had witnessed Li Lingtian's strength just now. However, he was unable to leave the place for the time being. Otherwise, he would not have watched his Dishi family be destroyed. It's your little grandpa. Who do you think you are? What an old fart. You still dare to act tough in front of me? I think you're just an idiot. None of the Dishi family members are normal. You're just a bunch of idiots. Li Ling Tian looked at the Sakura heavenly sword and felt his heart palpitate. The old man was also a sword principle expert, and his sword principle cultivation was much stronger than his. What else could he say when he encountered such an opponent? Instead of cowering, it was better to take advantage of it first. Otherwise, when he was killed, he would not have any benefits at all. Now, he had no choice but to give up. Although he was like this, the other powerhouses were shocked beyond words. Dishi Tianjian's expression changed drastically. He was originally calm, but now that he had met Li Ling Tian, he could not help himself. Alright, you're courting death. You can't blame me. Today, not even God can protect you. Sakura heavenly sword said indifferently. He swept his gaze around and his aura surged. It meant that he did not put Li Ling Tian in his eyes at all. Killing a 7th level Supreme Realm Martial Emperor was nothing more than killing an ant. When the news got out, he wouldn't feel ashamed of eliminating a Martial Emperor. In this place, no one dared to offend Dishi family and Tuoba family. Even the 3 super forces wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Moreover, the powerhouses from the 3 major factions had received news some time ago that there was a rift between them and Li Ling Tian. Now, apart from the 3 major factions, no one else could protect Li Ling Tian. However, just as he finished speaking, a faint voice sounded. Is Dishi family that great? The voice was sweet and crisp, making countless warriors feel a wave of comfort. They looked behind and saw a young girl slowly walking over. The young lady's expression was calm, completely ignoring the thousands of experts in the air. When Li Ling Tian heard the voice, his heart skipped a beat before he smiled bitterly. Who is it? Sakura heavenly sword was stunned. In the Azure continent, other than the 3 super forces, who else would dare to say such words? The super experts of the 3 major forces were all in the air and had no intention of speaking. Now that a young girl had come and actually said such words, it made him feel a wave of curiosity. Moreover, his expression became gloomy. He was a 7th level Supreme Realm expert, but he was actually provoked by a young girl. What happened next shocked all the powerhouses, including Li Ling Tian. The young lady arrived at the edge of the square and completely ignored the existence of the array formation as she walked in step by step. They all knew that the defensive formation of Dishi family was extremely powerful, and even a holy formation master might not be able to break it. But now, this array formation actually failed in front of this young girl. Li Lingtian had the divine array diagram and he was quite knowledgeable about arrays. Naturally, he knew how powerful this array was. If he was given enough time, he should be able to break it within half an hour. However, Huangfu Yuyan had ignored the array's existence. How could he not be shocked? Indeed, this young lady was Huangfu Yuyan, who was thrown out of the spaceship by Li Lingtian. He didn't want to know why Huangfu Yuyan had come here, but he wanted to know who she was. How dare she come to Dishi family and ignore the formation of Dishi family? There was an uproar. No one spoke anymore, and their expressions were extremely strange. Dishi Tianjian's face changed even more. He had seen so many strange things today. This Prince Huangfu, do you want to know this prince's name? Huangfu Yuyan walked step by step to the center of the square. Her eyes glanced at the Sakra heavenly sword in disdain, just like an elder looking down on a trash disciple. Huangfu. The Sakra heavenly sword was instantly stunned by Huangfu Yuyan's gaze. It had never encountered such a gaze before. However, the gaze that this young girl was looking at it with now made it feel like it was an illusion. This illusion was very strange and could not be described at all. His heart kept spinning, but he couldn't think of a family like the Huangfu family. Moreover, looking at this young girl, she only said the word Huangfu, as if the word Huangfu represented everything. More importantly, this young girl called herself Bengong. Only those transcending existences could call themselves Bengong. Huangfu. The other powerful warriors were also confused. If Huangfu Yuyan hadn't ignored the formation of Dishi family, they would have thought that she was a liar. However, he didn't expect that the Huangfu clan in the Azure continent would be so powerful. Could it be? Yu Bufeng immediately cried out in alarm. His expression became extremely ugly as his entire body trembled with fear on his face. Chapter 338, 10 Great Martial Saints. All the experts' attention shifted to Yu Bufeng. Seeing Yu Bufeng's expression, they were all puzzled. Could it be that these two words had such a great deterrent force? Even Sakra Heavenly Sword did not say anything. Li Lingtian was still in the Dishi family's formation. He was nothing but an ant in front of him. Brother Yu, do you know her background? Lai Xia could not help but ask Yu Bufeng when he saw his current state. His eyes were intentionally looking at Huangfu Yuyan. Li Lingtian's face was filled with curiosity, but he was more worried that anyone who was related to him would be enemies of the Dishi family and the Tuoba family. By then, even Huangfu Yuyan would not be able to leave. In the Divine Martial Continent, the Divine Continent is the strongest, the Green Continent is the weakest, and Peng Lai is the most mysterious. There's no need to talk about the Green Continent. Compared to the Azure Continent, the power of the entire Green Continent is not even comparable to a small city in the Azure Continent. However, the Azure Continent is only at the end of the tail and is stronger than the Green Continent. However, compared to the Divine Continent, the Azure Continent is just a small ant. In the powerful Divine Continent, there are countless martial supremes and martial emperors. There are even martial saints. However, the strongest ones are the 10 great martial saints. Among the 10 great martial saints, there is a heaven's favorite, Huangfu Yuyan of the Huangfu clan. Yu Bufeng's face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to look at Huangfu Yuyan in the eye. He quietly told her the secret he knew. This wasn't the Divine Continent, but in front of a martial saint, he was extremely afraid. All of a sudden, the expressions of all the experts changed. When they looked at Huangfu Yuyan, they became respectful. Even if this young lady was not a martial saint, she was still related to the Huangfu clan. If he offended a family with a martial saint, wouldn't he be courting death? Li Lingtian was shocked as well. When he recalled everything, he realized that this fearless young lady was actually from the Huangfu clan of the Divine Continent. Among the 10 martial saints, the youngest is Huangfu Yuyan. She is the only girl among the martial saints and is also a famous peerless beauty in the divine continent. However, very few people have seen this powerful martial saint. Yu Bufeng spoke out calmly. By now, he had already guessed the identity of the young girl in front of him. Even if his guess was wrong, it was not far from it. This was because when he spoke, this young lady had a proud expression on her face. However, this proud expression was filled with disdain. Since she was a member of the Huangfu family, she would definitely worship and respect the martial saint of her family. However, this young lady's expression was obviously filled with disdain. The only explanation was that this person was the real person. Only in this way could one be proud, but there could also be disdain in their pride. When others praised them like this, super geniuses would usually ignore them because they knew that they could do better. Now that he had already said it, even if he offended this martial saint and was killed, he could only be slaughtered by others. 10 great martial saints of the divine continent. A martial saint. The legendary martial saint has the ability to reach the heavens and earth. The divine continent is indeed powerful. The Azure continent doesn't even have a martial monarch realm expert, but the divine continent has a powerful martial monarch realm expert. Could it be her? That's impossible. When she entered the array just now, did you see that the array had any effect on her? All of a sudden, the entire Dishi family was in a heated discussion. He didn't expect that this young man and the Dishi family had involved the martial saints. He wanted to curry favor with the powerful warriors of Dishi family, but now he had to consider the anger of the martial saints. Many experts had already regarded this young lady as the spokesperson of the Huangfu clan. Why are you here? Did I tell you not to come until I die? Get lost. This young master's matter has nothing to do with you. Li Lingtian looked at Huangfu Yuyan and was shocked. Could this young lady be the martial arts student from the Huangfu clan? However, that was impossible. How could a martial saint appear in the Azure continent? Furthermore, this young lady didn't have any cultivation at all. Even if she was pretending, he would be able to tell. If he did not have the eye of the divine soul in the past, he definitely would not have been able to see through a martial artist's cultivation. However, now that he had the eye of the divine soul, he could see through some of the experts who were hiding their cultivation. Huangfu Yuyan was definitely not a martial saint. If she was not a martial saint, she would only die if she came to Dishi family. Unless Huangfu Yuyan was a 9th-level Supreme Realm expert, she could forget about doing whatever she wanted in the Azure continent. His heart was filled with excitement and gratitude. He had placed Huangfu Yuyan hundreds of millions of miles away from Snowcloud City, but he hadn't expected to find her here. Moreover, Huangfu Yuyan had come to Dishi family, obviously to help him. Although he was excited and touched, this place was not a place to be touched because it was filled with experts. As he spoke, he turned his head to the side, no longer looking at Huangfu Yuyan. He was not a heartless person, and at this moment, he actually had to say something like this. It was a little hard for him to say it. Now, he could only be a little more thick-skinned. Otherwise, both of them would die in this place. Do you think that by throwing this queen far away, this queen will not know your goal, that when you entered Snowcloud City, this queen was already waiting for you there? After this matter, this queen will settle the score with you. You actually dared to put this queen aside. You really are courting death. Huangfu Yuyan did not feel the slightest bit of anger when she heard Li Lingtian telling her to scram. Instead, she felt a sense of warmth because she knew that Li Lingtian did not want to implicate her. However, even though she wasn't angry, all the other experts were stunned. She actually dared to tell the Huangfu clansmen to scram. She was really tired of living. However, when they saw Huangfu Yuyan's appearance, all the experts felt as if a fly had entered their throats. He couldn't adapt to such a scene at all. Sakura Heavenly Sword, right? After Huangfu Yuyan finished speaking, she looked at the Sakura Heavenly Sword in the air and said calmly. The expression on her face did not change at all. When he shouted out the Sakura Heavenly Sword, he sounded like he was calling out to a servant. May I know how I should address you, fairy? Sakura Sky Sword was also stunned by Yu Bufeng's words. If this girl was from the martial saint family, the Dishi family could not afford to offend her. Even if the Dishi family became powerful, they couldn't produce a single martial saint in hundreds of years. Even if a martial saint appeared, he couldn't become one of the top 10 martial saints. Don't tell me Ben Gong still has to raise her head to talk to you? Huang Fu Yuyan's voice was extremely sweet, but in the ears of these supreme experts, it was like a soul-stirring voice. Because this young girl's background was not simple, her words made people feel a sense of fear. As Huang Fu Yuyan's voice fell, all the cultivators were stunned. If they were to face a martial saint, wouldn't they be courting death if they stood above a martial saint? Instantly, all the martial artists descended like dumplings, but they did not dare to leave or approach. Take this. Huang Fu Yuyan did not answer the Sakra heavenly sword. She only stretched out her hand and took out a token. The token directly flew towards the Sakra heavenly sword. Dishi Tianjian's face showed a serious look. He carefully caught the token, then his face changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Following that, his gaze swept across all the martial artists before finally landing on Yu Bufeng. Brother Yu, this little brother has poor eyesight. Please take a look. Sakra heavenly sword shouted loudly, and his tone was even pleading. Countless experts were puzzled when they saw this scene. A token was able to make the expression of the seventh-layered Sakra heavenly sword change so much. Just what was in this token? They were all incomparably curious. Yu Bufeng was also stunned. In a flash, he arrived at the edge of the array. However, just as he arrived outside the array, he was bounced off by a destructive force. Yu Bufeng was a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert, but in front of this array, he was bounced off before he could even attack. One could imagine how powerful this array was. It seemed that even the attacks of a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert would not be able to affect this array at all. It was precisely because of this that this young lady had ignored this array formation. This caused all the experts to be shocked. Yu Bufeng was about to fly into a rage, but Dishi Tianjian had a guilty look on his face. Waving his hand, he activated the formation and let Yu Bufeng in. He also understood in his heart that the power of this array had not weakened at all. Even a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert could not enter, but this girl had come in. This girl's cultivation must be so profound that the array was ignored. The more he thought about it, the more worried he was. His Dishi family had been destroyed by Li Lingtian in front of countless powerhouses. However, if this young lady were to make a move, the Dishi family would have no choice but to give up. Not only would Dishi family lose face, but they would also become the laughing stock of the powerful warriors of the Azure continent. Tuobayu had fallen, and this had something to do with Dishi family. By then, the relationship between the two families might not be able to last. Yu Bufeng came in front of the Sakra heavenly sword and stretched out his hand to receive the token. His eyes sized it up carefully. Immediately, the expression on his face changed drastically. All the experts were even more curious. Li Lingtian remained silent at the side with a calm expression on his face. However, he was also shocked in his heart. Who was Huang Fu Yuyan exactly? A single token could cause the expressions of 2 level 7 powerhouses to change. Huang Fu Yuyan. Yu Bufeng's heart trembled continuously. His body trembled as he read out the 4 words on the token. The token was a transparent jade token, but on one side were the words Huang Fu. On the other side were the words Yuyan. This token belonged to Huang Fu Yuyan. Huang Fu Yuyan was one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. In this world, no one dared to use the word Huang Fu alone. Even the Huang Fu clan did not have the qualifications to do so. There were no more than 4 people in the Huang Fu clan who could use the word Huang Fu. Huang Fu Yuyan was one of them. Moreover, this young girl called herself Ben Gong, so her identity was definitely not simple. Now that she connected it to this token, the doubts in her heart instantly disappeared, but her heart trembled even more. Martial Saint Huang Fu Yuyan. This voice immediately shook the hearts of all the experts. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked at Huang Fu Yuyan with respect. Chapter 339, Martial Saint Huangfu Yuyan. Li Lingtian could not believe this. How could Huangfu Yuyan be one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent? This little girl is one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. If that's the case, I'm a martial god. A while ago, he had molested her and even turned her into a maid. Moreover, he had even thrown her out of the spaceship. What kind of fucking luck did he have to treat a martial saint like this? However, his expression did not change at all. He did not even look at Huangfu Yuyan. Who cares if you are a martial saint? A maid is a maid. At most, you will die. What can you do to me? Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Greetings, Fairy Huangfu. Greetings, Fairy Yuyan. Immediately, the sound of worship rang out. Countless martial artists bowed respectfully. This was a martial saint. Super geniuses all reached a super high realm when they were 15 or 16 years old. Their age and appearance remained the same when they were 15 or 16 years old. This Huangfu Yuyan looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, but she was a super martial saint. In front of a martial saint, a supreme realm expert was not even comparable to an ant. With a wave of his hand, a large number of supreme realm experts died. With a stomp of his foot, the world collapsed. Sakura Heavenly Sword was completely stunned. How did this young man have a relationship with the martial saint? Moreover, looking at this young man's appearance, he did not care about Huangfu Yuyan at all. This world was really fucking messed up. The martial saint that everyone was afraid of was acting like a little girl in front of a martial emperor. Was this not fate playing a trick on him? Was he deliberately playing with him? For a moment, the square fell silent. There was no sound at all. It was terrifyingly quiet. In the secret underground room of Dishi family, the 5 super powerful warriors had their faces twisted as well. They had seen everything that was happening outside. Especially Tuoba Nan. He had seen his son being killed with his own eyes, but he couldn't take revenge. Under their feet was a magical array altar, the 8 trigrams array altar. It emitted a destructive aura, but this aura was concealed by a mysterious light. Brother Tuoba, what should we do this time? The 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent are here. If we don't go out, it won't make sense. Besides, this matter involves the 10 great martial saints. If we let Li Lingtian go, where will the Dishi family put our face? Tuoba Yu's death will be in vain. Dishi Qingling showed a bitter smile. This time, no matter how much he had calculated, he had never expected a martial saint to appear. This was definitely an accident. In their calculations, even if the 3 major forces were to make a move, they would risk offending the 3 major forces to deal with Li Lingtian. As Li Lingtian was the catalyst for this expedition, he would be able to dominate the Azure continent and perhaps even the Divine Martial Continent once he obtained the treasure inside. However, now that a martial saint had appeared, even if he had obtained a treasure, he would not be a match for a martial saint. If he wanted to dominate, he had to ensure the existence of his family. But now, Dishi family was facing the wrath of a martial saint. Wasn't this pushing Dishi family to the edge of death? Don't worry, Brother Qingling. This matter won't stop us from advancing. Hee, and this might be our chance. Yu's revenge shall be paid with their blood. If I don't kill Li Lingtian, Tuoba Nan, swear I'm not a human. Tuoba Nan looked at a crystal in the stone room. Everything outside could be seen from the crystal. Tuoba Nan looked at Li Lingtian's figure in the crystal and his eyes were bloodshot as if he wanted to swallow the young man alive. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and his expression became distorted. Brother Tuoba, what do you mean, Brother Tuoba, are you crazy? Huangfu Yuyan is one of the 10 great martial saints. Even if there are many of them, just the cultivation of a martial saint is not something that any expert in the Azure continent can fight against. Even if our Dishi family and your Tuoba family join hands, we won't be able to defeat him. Dishi Qingling was shocked. Hearing that Tuoba Nan was going to kill Huangfu Yuyan as well, he was shocked to the extreme. Has this Tuoba Nan lost his mind because his son was killed? A martial saint was not someone that a martial honor could deal with. No matter how many martial honor experts there were, they would not be able to kill a martial saint with a single palm strike. His Dishi family had been destroyed. This hatred was no less than Tabayu's death. Even he himself was not in a daze, but this Tuoba Nan was. Brother Qing Ling, don't worry. Look at Huangfu Yuyan's cultivation. She's only a martial king. Why is that? This is because Huangfu Yuyan is cultivating her state of mind. If she wants to break through to a higher realm and reach above the martial monarch realm, cultivating her heart is the most important. Huangfu Yuyan's appearance in the Azure continent this time is to temper her heart. Because there's no one she knows here, she can hide and temper her heart. When the time comes, she can smoothly charge towards a higher realm. We can use this opportunity to kill both of them. Who knows if the two outside families will kill Huangfu Yuyan? The Azure continent and the Divine continent are far apart. Only the invincible martial saint can cross the border. Other warriors can't cross it at all. So we don't have to worry about these things spreading to the Divine continent. Tuoba Nan slowly explained, and the expressions of the 5 supreme experts instantly became calm. If that was the case, they could take a risk this time. He had to take a risk. If he didn't, this martial saint would wipe out the Dishi family. Instead of that, he might as well take a risk. After that, a few super experts began to discuss through voice transmissions. In a moment, their faces revealed crazy expressions. In the square, all the martial artists felt the oppressive aura, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Sakura Heavenly Sword, this prince wants to see how you handle this matter. If you want to eliminate the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild and a Tier 7 pill saint, that's your business. Huangfu Yuyan's expression remained calm, but she was extremely anxious. She stared coldly at the Sakura sword and glanced at Li Lingtian from the corner of her eyes. However, Li Lingtian stood rooted to the ground like a block of wood. Fairy Yuyan, this matter. We can't just let this go. Is our Dishi family going to be destroyed just like this? The Sakura Heavenly Sword was stunned and did not know how to answer for a moment. If he let it go, he would lose the face of Dishi family, and if he continued like this, he would definitely offend this martial saint. Just as he was halfway through his words, a light voice interrupted him. All the experts looked in the direction of the voice. 5 super experts appeared in the air. 4 of them were at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm, and 1 was at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. Such a group was indeed powerful. However, considering Huangfu Yuyan's identity and cultivation base, they didn't think much of Dishi family's powerful warriors. No matter how many Supreme Realm experts there were, even 109th level Supreme Realm experts would not be a match for a martial saint. All the super powerful warriors were shocked. Had Dishi family and Tuoba family gone mad? If they didn't show respect to the martial saints, they would be pushed to the edge of destruction. Huangfu Yuyan's expression changed, but she quickly calmed down. Li Lingtian noticed the change in Huangfu Yuyan's expression. He knew that something bad must have happened. Otherwise, there must be something or a secret that he was unaware of, since the few revered martial artists dared to come out and face the warrior sage powerhouses. Regardless of which, it would not benefit him at all. Dishi family, how arrogant. When Huangfu Yuyan saw the 5 experts appear, she paused for a moment and said indifferently. Her eyes looked at the few Supreme Realm experts. The state of mind of a martial saint was extremely powerful. Even if his current cultivation was not high, it was not something that a few Supreme Realm experts could suppress. The 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent, Huangfu Yuyan. If it was in the past, not many people in the Divine Continent would dare to provoke you. But now, you can't do it anymore. Your cultivation has been sealed by yourself, and you're only a martial king now. You refuse to take the path to heaven and barge into hell. Tuoba Nan said loudly. His eyes were fixed on Huangfu Yuyan. He was extremely nervous. If Huangfu Yuyan had not sealed her cultivation, or if her cultivation had already been unsealed, he would be courting death by doing this. As he spoke, he wanted to see the change in Huangfu Yuyan's expression. This way, he could confirm if Huangfu Yuyan had sealed her cultivation. Li Lingtian was also looking at Huangfu Yuyan seriously. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Huangfu Yuyan. He hoped that he could leave this place as Huangfu Yuyan. No matter how powerful his cultivation was, he would not even have the chance to make a move if the other party sent a few super 7th Heaven Supreme Realm experts. However, when he saw Huangfu Yuyan, his heart sank. This little girl had encountered too little trouble. His state of mind was still not strong enough. He actually revealed a trace of change in his expression at this moment. Although it was fleeting, in front of so many super experts, it was seen through with a single glance. As expected, when he shook his head, Tuoba Nan spoke again. I'm right, right? If Fairy leaves now, we will definitely go to the Divine Continent to thank you. Tuoba Nan was pleasantly surprised, and his killing intent grew even stronger. However, he did not show it on his face. This was a true old fox. Humph, you're right. Even if I seal my cultivation, don't tell me that you martial honors want to fight in front of me? Huangfu Yuyan's expression turned cold. She knew that she had been tricked. The other party wasn't sure if her cultivation was sealed or not, but her expression had betrayed her. At the thought of this, he felt a tinge of regret. When he saw Li Lingtian shaking his head, he felt a little upset. He was a martial saint, a proud son of heaven, and not many people dared to provoke him in the Divine Continent. Yet, he was always frustrated in front of this young man. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a colorful caltrop appeared in his hand. The colorful caltrop emitted a faint fragrance. 7-colored sky silk. Tuoba Nan and Yu Buffing cried out in shock. This was the trump card treasure of the famous 10 great martial saints, Huangfu Yuyan. Its power was shocking. Huangfu Yuyan had relied on the 7-colored sky silk to achieve her reputation as one of the 10 great martial saints. He did not expect Huangfu Yuyan to use the treasure she was famous for. This treasure was a peerless saint artifact. Chapter 340, Desolate 10 Consecutive Slashes, 1. Li Lingtian understood everything when he saw the treasure in Huangfu Yuyan's hand. This Huangfu Yuyan was indeed a martial saint. It was just that her cultivation had been sealed and she was hiding in the Azure Continent to train her mental state. It was just that she was involved in his matters. A martial saint's cultivation had been sealed by him. It was impossible for him to remove the seal before he broke through his state of mind. A martial saint without cultivation was not even comparable to an ordinary person. Now that he was facing so many experts, he was definitely finished. Li Lingtian was amused when he heard the Tuoba clan's powerhouse's words. If they were to thank Huangfu Yuyan when she left, would they let her leave? It was obviously impossible. This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. I can solve my own problems. Dishi family and Tuoba family are nothing but garbage in my eyes. Li Lingtian's body flashed as a grave expression appeared on his face. He tossed a pill into his mouth and his depleted vital essence was instantly restored to its peak. This change made countless experts feel envious, and even more revealed greedy expressions. His Jin Yuan recovered and circulated to the limit. Without any hesitation, a shocking sword intent soared into the sky again. The sword intent spread across the entire square of Dishi family. However, this sword intent was slightly different from the last one. The last time, the sword intent was incomparably sharp, but this time, it carried a supreme pressure, and a sense of someone else's power. Li Lingtian's eyes turned grave as his aura surged. He did not wish to kill the powerhouses at the 7th heaven, especially when there were 5 or 6 of them at the same time. All he wanted was to buy some time for Huangfu Yuyan. The heavenly fault sword was displayed. The heavenly fault sword floated in the air and spun continuously. Myriad swords returned to the origin. A ball of light appeared in Li Lingtian's right hand. Within the ball of light were countless sharp swords. These sharp swords were so tiny that they could not be seen clearly. However, with a wave of his hand, a world of swords instantly formed within 100 meters of him. Over 10,000 sharp swords, each of which was an existence above profound armament, and there were also emperor armament in the middle. 36 emperor armament long swords were driving over 10,000 sharp swords. Such power and formation was enough to suppress all the martial artists. Myriad swords return to the origin? It's the most tyrannical heaven-grade divine ability of the Tao of the sword, that he actually managed to cultivate the myriad returning swords, that I didn't expect that he would actually cultivate the myriad returning swords that I had comprehended for 300 years. Instantly, all the powerful warriors were shocked. Dishi Tianjian's face was also filled with madness. He had been comprehending the myriad returning swords for 300 years, but this young man had actually performed it so easily. This kind of thing was not going to anger him to death. He had been comprehending for 300 years and had yet to comprehend it, while the other party was only 18 years old. To be able to cultivate this move at the age of 18, there was simply no comparison. The few super experts who had just come out also revealed a trace of seriousness on their faces. Such a sword array also posed a threat to them. If they were not careful, they would also be directly killed by this sword array. Boom! Whoosh! 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 Hiss! In the air, a series of explosions and swishing noises could be heard. Tens of thousands of sharp swords spun and struck towards the powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family. The sword formation was so powerful that even 6 or 7 super powerful warriors had to defend themselves seriously. Rumble. Rumble. The powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family were all bombarded by the destructive sword formation. Although they were all supreme realm warriors, they could only resist the attack of tens of thousands of Xian weapons. More importantly, when these profound armaments were displayed through the sword formation, the power of each sharp sword was dozens of times stronger than when it was alone. With such power, even a martial honor did not dare to be careless. Get lost. With a flip of his hand, Li Lingtian sent a powerful Li Lingtian toward Huangfu Yuyan, sending her flying toward the array formation. Huangfu Yuyan did not expect Li Lingtian to make a move so suddenly. Without putting up any resistance, she disappeared from the array formation. She had a treasure that could ignore the array formation's existence. Otherwise, she would not have left the array formation. She now understood that Li Lingtian was not confident in defeating these powerhouses. He had unleashed his powerful destructive attack to give her a chance to escape. As expected, now that he had been slapped out of the array, as long as he used some methods, he would be able to quickly escape from this place. His chances of escaping would be much higher. Li Lingtian's heart trembled as he watched Li Lingtian continuously use his true essence to cast the myriad returning swords. He was willing to sacrifice his life to save a woman and give up his own life to fight for a chance for her. Such a person would be hard to come by in the divine martial continent. After interacting with him for a while, he had an inexplicable good impression of this young man. Otherwise, as a martial saint, he would not be bored with such a young man. Moreover, she was willing to be the maid of this young man. Even if she was thrown out, she only felt a burst of anger. She did not blame him at all. On the contrary, she felt even more happy. All of this did not allow him to leave. His body flashed and he entered the array formation again. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The 10,000 returning swords were offset by a few super experts. Countless traces of blood appeared on the bodies of the few super experts. However, these injuries did not affect the 7th level Supreme Realm experts at all. The 1,000 swords vanished from Li Lingtian's hand and the heavenly fault sword returned to his glabella. Li Lingtian's face was deathly pale as if he had just fallen seriously ill. You're courting death. Seeing the wounds on his body, Dishi Qingling's face turned extremely ugly. Although it was not fatal, this move almost took their lives. Only they knew the true danger. In the myriad returning swords, it was almost a narrow escape. If not for their 7th level Supreme Realm physical defense and treasures, they would have long become dead bodies. If there were only 1 or 2 level 7 Supreme Realm experts in such a sword array, they would definitely have died. This young man's cultivation was not deep. If this young man's cultivation reached the Supreme Realm, they would definitely die completely. With that said, a destructive ray of light was hurled at Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian did not have the slightest chance to retaliate as he was completely enveloped in the radiance. All the powerhouses turned around, afraid to watch Li Lingtian fall. After all, this young man's cultivation was too heaven-defying. It was a pity that he died. Tyrannical saber art. Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. Li Lingtian's face turned pale as he watched the destructive attack. He had no way to resist this attack, nor did he have the chance to do so. It was already too late to resist. He could only fight to the death. It was not a loss to drag someone down with him. He now understood that in front of a powerful martial artist, no matter how many treasures he had or how powerful his skills were, he would not have the chance to use them. This was the difference in realm. With a wave of the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, the move of the Tyrant Saber art was executed. Suddenly, a desolate aura appeared between heaven and earth, but there was destruction in this aura. This power attracted the attention of all the powerful warriors. They looked at Dishi Qingling's attack, and in the light, a tiny light shadow flashed. The light shadow flashed 10 times, striking towards Dishi Qingling along with a desolate power. Crash. The first light shadow negated Dishi Qingling's attack, and the second light shadow destroyed all the light beams. The third light shadow landed on Dishi Qingling's body and broke his defense. The fourth light beam penetrated Dishi Qingling's body, and the fifth light beam cut his body in half. The last 5 light beams struck on Dishi Yunxiu and Sakura Sky Sword, and destroyed them instantly. Ah! After Dishi Yunxiu and the Sakura Heavenly Sword fell, Dishi Qingling, who had been cut in half, let out a miserable scream. Such a speed could completely ignore the distance between them. Otherwise, Dishi Qingling wouldn't scream out in pain until he was cut in half and the 2 people behind him were killed. Heaven and Earth 5 Elemental Jade, suppress. The 3 super powerhouses were killed in one hit. However, at that moment, Tuoba Nan roared and a beam of light emerged from the secret chamber of Dishi family, enveloping Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's movements were gradually restricted by the light. Open. Li Lingtian was disheartened at the sight of this. He had used up all his true essence and it was impossible for him to cast the devouring light. He could only wait for death now. However, when he saw the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he used his divine sense and immediately put the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber away. When he was done, his entire body was suppressed by the light and he could not move at all. All of this happened too quickly. The 2 experts did not even have time to react. In fact, the entire process from Li Lingtian's myriad returning swords to Dishi Qingling's attack to Li Lingtian's desolation 10 consecutive strikes that killed the 3 supreme martial honors to Li Lingtian's imprisonment took less than 5 seconds. In this short period of time, earth-shattering changes had occurred. 2 level 7 revered martial artists and 1 level 4 revered martial artist had fallen. This time, 3 Dishi family super powerful warriors had fallen, and their power had been greatly reduced. However, Li Lingtian was also suppressed. Shoo! There was an uproar. Putting aside Li Lingtian's suppression, the power of the 3 supreme martial honors being killed in one hit was enough to frighten all the powerhouses. Silence, silence. All the warriors saw that Li Lingtian was imprisoned and the light in the secret chamber of Dishi family was shining on him. Knowing that it was all over, Li Lingtian, the super monster, was finally suppressed here. Look at how arrogant you are. 5 elements martial spirit, hee hee. I've been looking for you for hundreds of years and finally found you. I'm going to turn you into a puppet, haha. Tuoba Nan looked at the imprisoned Li Lingtian and burst out laughing maniacally. Once Li Lingtian was captured, he would be able to open the ancient battlefield ruins and avenge his son. All the warriors were shocked, not knowing what Tuoba Nan meant. They all looked at Tuoba Nan and the remaining Dishi family warriors curiously. Chapter 341, Drawing Martial Soul, 1. Tuoba Nan didn't have any scruples. Even if tens of thousands of powerful warriors were in the Dishi family, he still laughed crazily. All the powerful warriors felt sad for Tuoba Nan because of the loss of his son. The few super powerful warriors of Dishi family were also furious. Not only had Dishi family been destroyed, but a few super powerful warriors had also been killed. Now, Li Lingtian was finally imprisoned, but he could not be killed because if he was killed, the Dishi family and Tuoba family's plan would fail. It was not worth it to vent his anger by killing Li Ling. Now, he could only watch Li Lingtian with his eyes wide open. 5 elements martial soul? Could it be the 5 elements martial soul? That's impossible. In the divine martial continent, every martial artist can only have one martial soul. Even the super experts can only have one more martial soul. It's the 5 elements martial soul. If that's the case, there won't be any difference between the main and the secondary martial souls. It's the 5 elements complete martial soul. Is there really such a miraculous martial soul in this world? No wonder he became a martial emperor at the age of 19 and even became an alchemy saint. He's so heaven-defying. Although most of the martial artists did not understand what Tuoba Nan said, a few super powerhouses noticed that this Tuoba Nan would definitely not speak carelessly. Even if he was spouting nonsense, he wouldn't say that someone else had a 5 elements martial soul. Moreover, from Tuoba Nan's words, they had already set their eyes on Li Lingtian for the sake of this 5 elements martial soul. After the discussion among the few powerhouses, all the warriors were shocked as well. They stared at the imprisoned Li Lingtian in horror. In the distance, Huangfu Yuyan stared at Li Lingtian with a hissing sound. Now that Li Lingtian was imprisoned and his 5 elements power was being extracted, she could do nothing about it. Others might not be able to see it, but she could. With the eyes of a martial saint, she knew that the light behind this Dishi family was the light of the 5 elements. Furthermore, Tuoba Nan had a piece of heaven and earth 5 elements jade in his possession. It was this heaven and earth 5 elements jade that was used as a catalyst to imprison Li Lingtian. While the powerhouses were discussing in shock, Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically as his strength was being extracted. Moreover, this power was his 5 elements peak. He did not know what this light was, but it had the aura of the 5 elements. His 5 elements martial soul was being extracted in this way. Encountering such a situation, he could not help but be shocked. But so what? In the light of the 5 elements, he could not even move his fingers. It was impossible to resist. The pain of having his martial soul extracted was even more terrifying than the dragon chi tempering his body. Ah. Screams could be heard. He couldn't move his body, but he could still make sounds. He had never experienced such pain before. His face was twisted, his eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have gone crazy. Ha. Li Lingtian, you destroyed my Today, I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. Aren't you a genius? I'll extract your martial soul today and make sure you won't be able to cultivate for the rest of your life. 11. Tuoba Nan burst into laughter when he saw Li Lingtian's pained expression. The more Li Lingtian was in pain, the more excited he became. As long as they did not kill Li Lingtian and extracted the 5 elements martial soul, they could activate the array formation and enter the ancient battlefield ruins to search for treasures. You, let him go. Huangfu Yuyan's heart was torn apart as she watched Li Lingtian being tortured. If she did not seal her cultivation base, would these people still dare to act so arrogantly in front of her? Li Lingtian would not have suffered such torture. It was all God's will. Although her tone was arrogant, there was a hint of pleading in it. For her to put down her dignity as a martial saint like this, it immediately shocked countless experts. Ha! He destroyed my Dishi family. Can't he bear this pain? I won't let him go. I will extract his martial soul and turn him into a puppet. You, too. The 10 great martial saints of the divine continent are so peerless. When the time comes, I will let you enjoy the happiness of the world. Haha. Dishi Yuntian laughed out loud as well. He felt great when he saw a martial saint begging him. He watched Li Lingtian being tortured and thought about how his Dishi family's powerful warriors were killed and destroyed. The anger in his heart intensified. After he finished speaking, his eyes kept sizing up Huangfu Yuyan. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of Huangfu Yuyan. With a wave of his hand, an attack from a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert blasted out. Bang! Without the slightest resistance, his entire body was thrown out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A martial king would not even have the chance to resist an attack from a Supreme Realm expert. Huangfu Yuyan's true cultivation was exposed in one strike. As a martial saint, she had indeed sealed her cultivation to train her mental state. However, she did not expect to end up like this. For a moment, all the super powerhouses were stunned. Not only did the Dishi family and the Tuoba family want to kill Li Lingtian, but they also wanted to extract his 5 elements martial souls. Now, the 2 clans actually dared to make a move against Huangfu Yuyan. Could it be that both clans had gone mad? No matter how powerful Dishi family and Tuoba family were, they couldn't be a match for Huangfu family. Everyone, Li Lingtian killed our Dishi family's powerful warriors and destroyed the Dishi family's foundation. This Huangfu Yuyan is also an imposter. Let's call it a day. That I've really made a fool of myself. Please return. Dishi Yuntian grabbed Huangfu Yuyan with a single hand and cast a series of seals on her. Now, even a true martial saint would not have a chance to escape. After doing everything, Dishi Yuntian said to all the powerful warriors in a loud voice, as if he wanted to drive them away. I would like to advise you. Li Lingtian is the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild and the first alchemy saint in the Azure continent. Shouldn't your Dishi family help him since you've captured his sister? I destroyed your Dishi family because you were too barbaric. I don't want to talk about the Dishi family and Li Lingtian. However, I hope you will remember that Li Lingtian is the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild and the only divine alchemist in the Azure continent. He's also a friend of the Queen's Palace. Also, Fairy Yuyan is one of the top 10 martial saints of the divine continent. She didn't offend your Dishi family. But the Dishi family insulted a martial saint in front of me. Do you think the Azure continent is worth it? At this moment, what everyone did not expect was that Yu Bufeng opened his mouth. There was a faint smile on his face. When he spoke, his eyes glanced at all the experts. The Dishi family only had 3 Supreme Realm warriors left, and it was indeed a heavy blow to the Dishi family to use such words to suppress them. Dishi family's powerful warriors were already worried, but now that they heard that, they became even more worried. If it were other powerhouses, they would not dare to speak at all, nor would they have the right to speak. However, the 7th heaven powerhouses of the Queen's Palace had the right and strength to do so. That's right, Brother Yu is right. Indeed, I don't know Sir Ling Tian at all. However, Sir Ling Tian is the Azure Continent's Saint Alchemist. Sigh. The 10 martial saints of the divine continent didn't offend your Dishi family. Does Dishi family not care about all the powers in the world, that I feel sad? Since when did Dishi family become so powerful? How dare they insult a martial saint, that I hope you know your place. Do you think that just because the Azure continent is so far away from the divine continent, news can't reach the divine continent? As soon as Yu Bufeng finished speaking, the other experts also followed suit. Although they did not know why the Queen's Palace was participating, with the Queen's Palace's strength participating, they all wanted to interfere. This martial honor or martial emperor was a fool. He must have some scheme up his sleeve since he had been scheming for Li Lingtian's 5 elements martial souls. If there were no heaven-defying benefits, the Tuoba family and Dishi family would not risk offending a martial saint. While Yu Bufeng was talking, Dishi Yuntian was stunned. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Wasn't this world where the strong reigned supreme? Since he had imprisoned Li Lingtian, these warriors should have left. However, they were actually speaking up for Li Lingtian and Huangfu Yuyan. The world had turned upside down. Huh, do you also want to interfere in the affairs between Dishi family and Tuoba family? Looking at Dishi Yuntian's face, Tuoba Nan thought that this was not good. If these powerful warriors continued to talk, Dishi Yuntian would definitely be shaken. By then, the plan of Tuoba family and Dishi family would be ruined. Dishi family was destroyed. Now, we have imprisoned him. This is the rule of this world. The strong survive. As for her, do you really think she's a martial saint? A little girl casually said that she's a martial saint, and you believe her. If I say that I'm a martial god, do you really believe me? Dishi Yuntian's heart trembled, and his face changed dramatically. Luckily, Tuoba Nan had spoken. Otherwise, if his mind wavered and he fell for it, all his efforts would be for naught. In that case, I'll take my leave. After Yu Bufeng finished speaking, his body flashed and quickly came to the edge of the formation, looking at Dishi Yuntian. Swoosh. A gust of wind blew past, causing the formation to tremble slightly. Yu Bufeng's body flashed as he left the formation and arrived beside the expert. Without any hesitation, he quickly flew into the sky. Farewell. Farewell. Seeing Yu Bufeng leave, all the powerful warriors paused briefly, then flew away as well. Instantly, the Dishi family quieted down. Over 10,000 powerful warriors left, disappearing into the horizon. In the middle of the plaza, Li Lingtian's expression was contorted. He was completely devoid of strength. Li Lingtian was now a complete cripple. He had no martial soul and no cultivation. Everything had become a thing of the past. The light of the 5 elements slowly returned to the Dishi family. Li Lingtian was lying on the ground without any expression on his face. He had no cultivation base at all and his martial soul was crippled. Huangfu Yuyan's heart ached as she looked at Li Lingtian. He did not care that his current situation was no better than Li Lingtian's. Let's go. Tuoba Nan watched as all the experts disappeared. His divine senses swept across the area, but he did not discover any other auras. Seeing the light of the 5 elements gradually disappear, his expression became solemn. He did not dare to stay here anymore, or else all his efforts would be in vain. Even if other martial artists returned, he would not care so much. With that, he reached out a hand and a force grabbed Li Lingtian, bringing him to the depths of Dishi family. Chapter 342, Heaven and Earth 5 Elemental Jade. 7. Seeing Tuoba Nan go in, Dishi Yuntian and the others quickly went in as well. They didn't want Tuoba Nan to take the lead. The Dishi family had already paid too much. If Tuoba Nan took the lead now, they would be tricked. In the blink of an eye, the square above Dishi family was empty and messy. No one dared to think that this place was Dishi family. This place was completely ruined. The once powerful Dishi family was destroyed just like that. Right after the powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family went deep into the cave, the powerful warriors who had disappeared showed up again. Although not as many as before, there were still thousands of them. All the experts came to the front of the array. Yu Bufeng stretched out his hand, and a magical compass appeared in his hand. After Yu Bufeng took out the compass, he grabbed it with one hand, and an aura from the array returned to the compass. Immediately, the compass emitted a faint light. Brother Yu, do you think this formation can be broken quickly? There must be something good about Dishi family that we don't know about. We have to work together this time, lest Dishi family breaks us down one by one. Why? An old man at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm looked at the compass in Yu Bufeng's hand with anticipation on his face. Then, he looked at the other experts and said seriously. Dishi family had 3 7th Sky Warriors, and the other Supreme Realm Warriors were all very powerful. Together with the powerful warriors of Tuoba family, they had a lot of warriors. However, if they didn't unite, they would be defeated one by one. I understand that. I believe everyone understands that if we don't stand on the same side, we will be wiped out by Dishi family and Tuoba family. Yeah, if Dishi family gets any heaven-defying treasures, we won't have a place in the Azure continent anymore. Since he dared to take the risk of offending a martial saint, he must have some mysterious and heaven-defying treasure. It seems like they're trying to seize Li Lingtian's 5 elements martial souls to activate some kind of array or mechanism. It's a pity that Sir Ling Tian, the only alchemy saint in the Azure continent, has fallen just like that. It's still a good thing if he dies. If he doesn't die, it'll be a tragedy if he's tortured. All of a sudden, all the experts were waiting for the array to be activated. They also lowered their voices, afraid that the experts inside would hear them. In fact, in the secret room of Dishi family, he had already discovered what was happening outside. In the secret chamber, Li Lingtian was imprisoned on a mystical 8 trigrams array altar. The light on the array altar flickered continuously. Huangfu Yuyan was also sealed at the side. Her expression was extremely ugly as she watched Li Lingtian being crippled. No one could bear the blow of having a heaven's favorite's cultivation martial soul crippled. Li Lingtian's expression was numb as he stared at the figure in the crystal. Thousands of powerhouses were standing outside the array while the compass in Yu Bufeng's hand was constantly flashing. When I open this array altar, I'll refine you into a puppet and make you wish you were dead. Tuoba Nan's anger exploded when he saw Li Lingtian's apathetic expression. However, this was the most critical moment to activate the array altar. The powerhouses outside could break in at any moment. At that time, if these experts saw all of this, he would not be able to make the decision. Brother Tuoba, how long will it take for this formation altar to be opened? The defensive formation of our Dishi family won't last much longer. Dishi Yuntian looked at the trembling formation and felt extremely anxious. A worried look appeared on his face. Don't worry. When this heaven and earth 5 elemental jade fuses with his 5 elemental power, we can activate this array altar. When the time comes, I'll let this trash have a taste of life worse than death. Tuoba Nan was displeased when he saw the expressions on the faces of the few Dishi family powerful warriors. If it weren't for the treasures inside, he wouldn't have joined hands with the Dishi family. He kept thinking that if he went in there, he would definitely be suppressed by Dishi family's powerful warriors. By then, he had to find a way to get rid of these Dishi family powerful warriors. As he spoke, he cast spells one after another and struck the 5-colored jade floating above the array altar. The 5-colored jade stone emitted a faint glow. This jade stone was not simple, because it was the most magical heaven and earth 5 elements jade in the world. It could fuse the 5 elements together and condense the martial soul of a 5-element martial soul expert, allowing the martial soul to improve rapidly. However, they were now using this treasure to absorb Li Lingtian's 5 elements martial soul and activate the array altar with the 5 elements power of 5 elements perfection. Li Lingtian's heart was numb as countless fragments appeared in his mind. His 5 elements martial spirit was crippled, and his cultivation had disappeared. Moreover, he was now completely confined, so he had no chance of escaping. Looking at the light on the array altar, his gaze became unfocused. He then thought of something and looked at Huangfu Yuyan, feeling touched and guilty. Cici. At this moment, the light on the array altar became even stronger. Moreover, the array altar began to tremble as a mysterious aura spread out. This aura carried an ancient aura. Waves of killing intent drifted out. Li Lingtian was shocked by this aura, but he could not do anything now. He could only wait to be tortured. Boom! With a loud explosion, Li Lingtian's body was sent flying. At the same time, the heaven and earth 5-element jade's radiance grew brighter. At this moment, a suction force grabbed him, and his body entered a pitch-black hole. When he saw the last ray of light in his eyes, Huangfu Yuyan was also captured. Li Lingtian felt a soft touch. Although he could not see what was happening in the black hole or who the other party was without his cultivation base, he could tell that the other party was Huangfu Yuyan. This was because when the two of them were together a while ago, they had touched each other quite often. Now, he could clearly tell that this body belonged to Huangfu Yuyan, and he had touched her chest. In the black hole, the destructive tearing force continued to swirl. Li Lingtian felt as if he was being grabbed and transported inside. Swoosh. A gust of wind blew across his face as a gray light appeared. Li Lingtian saw everything before him. It was a dark world, but the spiritual energy in this world was extremely dense. There were flowers and plants everywhere, but there was no sunlight in this world. However, just as he was surprised by the spiritual energy in this place, a desolate killing intent soared into the sky. With a burst of explosion, a small mountain collapsed. This place was a world of destruction. Humph, when the time comes, I'll make you wish you were dead. Tuoba Nand glanced at Li Lingtian and then at Huangfu Yuyan. His eyes were sizing up Huangfu Yuyan before a lewd smile appeared on his face. Huangfu Yuyan naturally felt this gaze as well. This laughter was disgusting. However, now that both of them were sealed and Li Lingtian's martial soul was crippled, he could only be a fish in the sea. After Tuoba Nan finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. His body flashed and he brought the two of them to fly into the distance. Li Lingtian could clearly hear the furious roars coming from behind. It was the voice of the Dishi family's powerful warriors. Perhaps they were angry that Tuoba Nan had taken him and Huangfu Yuyan away. Furthermore, they saw Tuoba Nan moving alone, leaving them to the side. In this place, the Tuoba family had the natural 5-element jade, so they naturally knew where the treasures were. The Dishi family only occupied vast Heaven Mountain range and this mysterious formation altar, but they had no idea what was under the formation altar. It was only when the Tuoba family arrived that they found out about the secret of this array altar. The two families had joined forces to obtain the treasures below the array altar. However, there were very few powerhouses with dual martial souls in this world, let alone martial artists with martial souls of 5 elements completion. The two families had searched the divine martial continent for hundreds of years, but they had not found any martial soul experts with 5 elements at perfection. However, they did not expect Li Lingtian's appearance to reveal the secret of Li Lingtian's 5 elements martial soul through the heaven and earth 5 elements jade. Now, the Tuoba family had acted alone and taken Li Lingtian and Huangfu Yuyan away. This had infuriated the Dishi family. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of flying through the air rang in his ears, and from time to time, a powerful killing intent exploded from the ground. Although this killing intent wasn't as strong as it was at the beginning, it still allowed people to be careless. If they weren't careful, they would be killed. This kind of killing intent was even more terrifying than the astral winds on Hidden Dragon Island. Aren't you tired? Li Lingtian had calmed down. Isn't it just a martial soul with 5 elements perfection? Even without the 5 elements martial spirits, he could still cultivate them because he cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation skill. Moreover, it was impossible for the ice and fire martial spirits to be extracted. He was born with the flaming sacred body, and his ice soul martial spirit was also a variation of the immemorial ice crystal. Right now, he just wanted to find a chance to break away from Tuoba Nan. If he couldn't break away, he would be at the mercy of others even if he had a way. You're courting death. Tuoba Nan was enraged when he heard Li Lingtian's words. His son had been killed by this piece of trash. If he did not need this piece of trash, he would have killed him long ago. With that said, a destructive force slammed into Li Lingtian's body. Instantly, Li Lingtian's face contorted. The destructive force was running amok in his body. This kind of pain was not something a human could withstand. As time ticked by, Li Lingtian was extremely anxious. If Tang Qingyue did not come out, she might perish in the divine dragon ring forever. However, he had no other choice but to wait for an opportunity. The dark world was filled with destruction and terrifying energy. There was not a single quiet place. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw all this. He did not expect such a world to exist in the divine martial continent. After an unknown period of time, the world quieted down. Tuoba Nan also slowed down and began to search with his divine sense. Battlefield ruins. That I finally found you. Tuoba Nan stopped, his face filled with wild joy. Li Lingtian also looked ahead and saw a huge ancient tower standing tall. He had no idea how tall it was. Even though it was not big in this world, it gave off a feeling of being huge. A huge oppressive force emanated from the tower. Chapter 343, Martial Honored Realm. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the ancient tower in the distance. He had never seen such a shocking ancient tower. From the outside, this ancient tower looked like an ordinary tower sculpture, but it gave people the feeling of looking up and worshipping it. Huangfu Yuyan was also stunned by this ancient tower. The three of them looked at the ancient tower without saying anything. Whoosh! Tuoba Nan was excited when he saw the ancient tower. With a flash, he pulled Li Lingtian and flew forward. It seemed very close, but it was very far away. It took them a full 20 minutes to arrive at the foot of the ancient tower. Only at the foot of the ancient tower did they realize how powerful this ancient tower was. There was no top to be seen at all. This ancient tower was like a huge building, hundreds of meters in size. It was a huge, ancient bronze door that was emitting a faint green light. 5 elements of heaven and earth, sacrifice. Tuoba Nan placed Li Lingtian and Huangfu Yuyan aside as he scrutinized the bronze door. If he wanted to enter the ancient tower, he had to open the bronze door first. After a while, Tuoba Nan took out the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade and cast spells. In the end, a seal was cast on Li Lingtian's body. Instantly, Li Lingtian's body was suspended in the air. His expression was extremely ugly as his life slowly drained away. As his life faded away, the light of the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade became more intense. Gradually, the copper door opened gently. Huangfu Yuyan watched as Li Lingtian's life was fading away. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Creak. With a soft sound, the copper door was completely opened. A shocking killing intent erupted from inside, as well as a mysterious and strange aura. After the aura was released, it was empty inside. Inside, it was a completely different world. It was like an independent space. However, Li Lingtian's life force had completely drained away and he had already fused with the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade. The light in his eyes had also dissipated. However, at the last moment of his life, Li Lingtian turned to Huangfu Yuyan. He didn't say anything, but his eyes revealed everything. In the end, he revealed a confident smile and slowly closed his eyes. The life force in his body slowly dissipated, and a trace of the 5 elements aura drifted out. Come back here, get back here. Without my permission, your life and death cannot be in your hands. Huangfu Yuyan's heart trembled when she saw Li Lingtian's final look and smile. Tears could not help but fall from her eyes. His entire person revealed a crazed expression. This crazed expression made even Tuoba Nan feel a trace of fear. This martial saint did not have any cultivation base, but he still had his remaining might. However, when he saw Huangfu Yuyan's actions, Tuoba Nan's expression changed drastically. He became terrified. No, stop. With a loud roar, he circulated his true essence and a destructive attack shot towards Huangfu Yuyan. This was because he saw Huangfu Yuyan's true chi reverse. She was going to use up her entire life's cultivation to destroy this place. Even if a martial saint sealed his cultivation, the destructive power of suicide would still be able to destroy the world. Only by killing Huangfu Yuyan could he stop her from committing suicide. Otherwise, not only him, but the ancient tower would also be destroyed. Reincarnation seal, open. The madness on Huangfu Yuyan's face grew more and more intense. Her snow-white fingers moved continuously as she performed a strange gesture. His entire body emitted a supreme holy majesty. This was the majesty of a martial saint and Huangfu Yuyan. She could not hold it in any longer when she saw Li Lingtian's life slipping away. What cultivation? What martial saint? Everything was in the past. If this young man died, what use would it be for him to have the cultivation of a martial saint or martial god? You were destined to fail when you used the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade. I will use the power of the martial saint seal to help him achieve the true perfection of the 5 elements. The entire divine martial continent will tremble because of him. It's too late. Do you think that I can't kill ants like you just because I've sealed my cultivation? I also cultivate the reincarnation art. Huangfu Yuyan's crazed expression reached its peak, and her imposing aura carried an irresistible might as she pressed a mysterious hand seal into the air. Suddenly, a destructive aura appeared between heaven and earth. This aura was like divine might as it bombarded Tuoba Nan's body fiercely. Tuoba Nan's attack also automatically dissipated in front of this aura. Huangfu Yuyan's mouth was stained with blood. The aura of a martial saint gradually spread out from her body, and her vitality became weak. Tuoba Nan was crushed into ashes and disappeared from the world. When he died, he still didn't know which part he had lost to. The heaven and earth 5 elemental jade gradually fell from the sky, and the bronze gate of the ancient tower gradually closed. At that moment, Huangfu Yuyan forcefully reversed the last trace of her martial saint's true origin. With a single hand, the heaven and earth 5 elements jade landed in her hand. Without any hesitation, she hurled the heaven and earth 5 elements jade at Li Lingtian. In a flash, he grabbed Li Lingtian and flew into the ancient tower. Just as the two of them disappeared from the ancient tower, the bronze door closed again. Damn it, Tuoba Nan, I will definitely destroy your Tuoba family. In the distance, a few super experts saw the bronze door close and instantly became furious. However, they were a moment too late. They watched helplessly as a figure entered the ancient tower. The bronze door closed, and no one outside could enter anymore. Now, they finally understood that even a supreme realm expert was close to the end of the world when faced with such a distance. The ancient tower was no longer a gloomy world, but a miracle, a paradise. A light pink figure landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood again. She was still holding a white-robed young man. There was no life force on the white-robed man's body, but at this moment, the man's body emitted a faint colorless light. The light was weak, but it gradually stabilized and became stronger. The young man in white was naturally Li Lingtian, who had lost his vitality. The girl in pink beside him was Huangfu Yuyan, one of the 10 great martial saints of the divine continent. However, he no longer had the aura of a martial saint. Moreover, his aura was extremely weak. He had truly become a martial king. Li Lingtian's body glowed with a 5-colored radiance. A piece of jade slowly swirled within his body before it finally reached his dantian. The shattered 5-colored golden elixir in his dantian gradually fused together. The shattered 5-colored golden core gradually gathered together in front of the magical light of the jade stone, and then slowly fused. The fusion of the golden core and the jade was slowly digested. The jade was naturally the heaven and earth 5 elements jade. It contained all of Li Lingtian's 5 elements martial souls and his cultivation base. I hope you don't disappoint me. Huangfu Yuyan looked at the radiance on Li Lingtian's body and extended her hand. She chanted a chant that was difficult to understand. A ball of faint light appeared in his hand. This light emitted the majesty of a martial saint. Looking at the radiance in her hand, Huangfu Yuyan did not hesitate at all. With a single hand, she guided the light ball into the radiance on Li Lingtian's body. Immediately, Li Lingtian's body began to tremble and his entire dantian was in turmoil. The 5-colored golden core had just been formed when it was torn apart by a destructive light. However, after this destructive light, the heaven and earth 5 elements jade began to fuse with the golden core. The 5-colored golden core absorbed the power in the dantian, including the destructive light. After an unknown period of time, the 5-colored golden core was repaired again and became extremely powerful. It was unknown how much stronger it was than before. The five-colored golden core emitted the aura of the five elements and a trace of the aura of a martial saint. His body, which was originally lifeless, gradually became warm and vitality gradually appeared. At that moment, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His pale face had turned red as his body slowly levitated, allowing the five-colored radiance to condense. The five elements of heaven and earth combine into one. Five elements perfection. Break and then establish. After the five-colored radiance had completely entered his body, Li Lingtian's body that was lying flat in the air stood in the air. His eyes shone brightly as he felt the changes in his body. His face revealed a trace of shock. Then, he circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation and circulated the true yuan that had returned to his body. With a final roar, a shocking aura was emitted. On the ground, Huangfu Yuyan saw Li Lingtian come back to life once again. Her face was covered in tears, but this time, they were tears of happiness because everything she had did not disappoint her. The martial arts of heaven and earth are the Tao, and I am the master of the martial arts. Martial honored realm, break. Li Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he waved his hands. A shocking aura was emitted and his entire aura was elevated rapidly. He became even more graceful, and in this elegance, there was a supreme majesty. After circulating the heaven and earth reincarnation for 3 cycles, his realm slowly stabilized. He landed on the ground and looked at Huangfu Yuyan with a serious and cold gaze. "Why are you doing this to me?" Li Lingtian asked in an indifferent tone. "I did this willingly. I've reached the martial saint realm, but I've never felt the existence of emotions in this world. My mental state has been tempered. It has taught me that sometimes, what I need isn't a shocking cultivation base or a position where tens of thousands of people worship me. I would rather be your servant than have all of these things." Huangfu Yuyan looked at Li Lingtian and his icy gaze. Instead of being surprised, she smiled faintly. "Humph, when I recover, you'll be finished." Li Lingtian's icy expression softened. He could no longer describe what Huangfu Yuyan had done for him. All he knew was that he was going to disappoint a girl again in this lifetime. He reached out and pulled Huangfu Yuyan into his embrace. His body flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 344, Tang Qingyue's Shock. The entire ancient tower had a magnificent aura. In this magnificent aura, it made people feel solemn and solemn. Li Lingtian carried Huangfu Yuyan horizontally as he quickly dashed away. Inside the ancient tower, it was a completely independent world. However, at the top of the ancient tower, there was a gray aura. There was no sunlight or stars. He didn't know how big the world inside the ancient tower was, but after flying for half an hour, he finally found a canyon. Li Lingtian put Huangfu Yuyan down in the canyon. However, Huangfu Yuyan clung to Li Lingtian's body and refused to come down. Li Lingtian had no choice but to find a place suitable for cultivation and sit down. He carried Huangfu Yuyan on his lap and looked at her. "Are you really a martial saint?" Li Lingtian asked curiously, even though he was certain that Huangfu Yuyan was one of the 10 great martial saints of the divine continent. However, he still could not believe this fact. A martial saint was not trash like a warrior spirit or a warrior king. He couldn't accept the fact that this pretty little girl beside him was actually a martial saint. Due to the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade and Huangfu Yuyan's martial saint true origin, his cultivation had successfully reached the realm of martial honored. Although he was only at the first level of martial honored, this first level was tens of thousands of times stronger than a martial emperor. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. He now understood how lucky he was to kill a supreme realm expert. He also understood how powerful his skills and treasures were. He also clearly knew the true difference between a martial honor and a martial emperor. Originally, he was already dead, but Huangfu Yuyan reversed her Jin Yuan and broke the reincarnation seal. She destroyed the cultivation realm of a martial saint and allowed the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade to enter his body. She used the power of the martial saint Xin Yuan to restore his life force and greatly improved his cultivation. He knew that without Huangfu Yuyan, he would have died long ago. Of course, let's see if you still dare to bully Ben Gong in the future. Huangfu Yuyan looked at Li Lingtian's expression and immediately felt like a spoiled child. You used to treat me like a maid and even threw me off the spaceship. Now, let's see how I'll deal with you. So what if he's a martial saint, that this young master likes the women of martial saints? You should obediently be my maid. Li Lingtian snorted as his blood vessels surged. He had many exceptional girls around him, but he had never tried out a warrior sage. The more he thought about it, the more evil he felt. A martial saint, a powerful martial saint, he. After he finished speaking, he stroked Huangfu Yuyan's face. What kind of martial saint was this? She was still sitting in his arms. Right, have you stabilized your cultivation base? Don't act recklessly. Stabilize your cultivation base first. If you don't reach the martial god realm one day, I won't let you off. Your talent is passable, but you know too little. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken away your 5 elements martial spirit. But you're lucky. Be good and listen to me. With my guidance, your cultivation won't be as bad as it is now. Huangfu Yuyan blushed. She knew what Li Lingtian was thinking. No one would dislike a warrior sage girl. Moreover, this fellow had found out about her warrior sage status and had even come to tease her. However, she was not angry at all. If Li Lingtian were to restrain himself because he knew that she was a warrior sage, she would regret it. As he thought of the important matter, he quickly reminded Li Lingtian of the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade and the warrior sage's true essence. Although Li Lingtian's cultivation base had reached the supreme realm, he could not afford to be careless. If his cultivation base was not stable, all his previous efforts would go to waste. War God. Li Lingtian nearly fainted. Although his flaming sacred body and ice soul martial soul were also at the 5 elements perfection and he was the reincarnation of the 9 yang saint lord, Huangfu Yuyan was too much of an imagination. What kind of realm was the martial god? He was practically a godlike existence. Don't think that I'm one of the top 10 martial saints of the divine continent. I'm only a martial saint on the heaven ranking. Although there aren't many martial saints in the divine continent, there are still quite a number of them. Furthermore, although I have never seen the martial god, I believe that the ancient clans of the Azure continent, as well as the 3 holy lands and the 10 great super forces, definitely have a martial god within them. Huangfu Yuyan said earnestly. She was worried that Li Lingtian would be careless and avoid encountering such a situation again. This was a crisis that he could resolve. If he encountered any danger in the divine continent, even a martial saint might not be able to resolve it. I know that one day, I will unify the entire divine martial continent and stand at the peak of the world, receiving the worship of the entire continent. Li Lingtian's face was filled with confidence as he exuded a faint aura. However, he now understood that he had been too careless. Although he tried his best to keep a low profile, his nature almost made him invincible. In the future, he definitely had to keep a low profile. This time, Huangfu Yuyan had completely destroyed her martial saint cultivation to help herself. If she were to encounter danger in the future, she couldn't possibly ask the martial god to help her, right? Therefore, in the future, he had to learn to think twice before acting and plan before deciding. Yuyan, stabilize your cultivation as a martial king first and slowly recover. With me around, I won't let anyone harm you unless you kill me first. Li Lingtian took a glance at Huangfu Yuyan. A martial saint had to temper his state of mind. As long as his state of mind was tempered, he would be able to strive for a higher realm. However, she had given up all her cultivation for him. This was something that a powerful martial artist could not do. The stronger the cultivation, the more they cherished their cultivation and life. Yes. This time, Huangfu Yuyan did not stay in Li Lingtian's arms. Instead, she left obediently because Li Lingtian had to cultivate. When she heard Li Lingtian address her by her name, her heart felt as though it had eaten honey. In the past, he was a martial saint and had received the worship of the world's proud sons of heaven. He had heard countless praises. However, in front of this young man, any form of address could make him feel happy. After Li Lingtian saw Huangfu Yuyan leave, he released his divine consciousness and activated the divine dragon ring. Immediately, he sent his divine sense into the divine dragon ring and saw that Tang Qingyue was still inside. Tang Qingyue was lying on the grass, her expression calm. She did not know how Li Lingtian was doing or where she was. She had been here for a day, but Li Lingtian had yet to show up. She felt uneasy because when Li Lingtian took her away, he was severely injured. Besides, there were countless powerful warriors from the Dishi family and Tuoba family. Something must have happened to Li Lingtian since he had yet to show up. Thinking of this, tears kept falling. It was all because of his incompetence. If he was stronger, such a thing would not have happened. She lay on the ground in a daze, unable to move at all. Only she could experience this kind of torture. After an unknown period of time, a thought was transmitted over. This thought was a consciousness. When the consciousness entered her sea of consciousness, she immediately became excited. Immediately, a powerful force pulled her out. When she reappeared, she was already in a canyon and Li Lingtian's figure was right in front of her. She could not stand steadily and was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, Li Lingtian's figure flashed and he held her in his arms before gently placing her on the ground. "How are you? Where is this place?" The first thing Tang Qingyue wanted to do when she came out was to find out about Li Lingtian's injuries and where this place was. "Sister Qingyue, we are in the ancient tower of the ancient battlefield. We have left Dishi family for the time being. My wounds have healed. Wait a moment, I'll make some pills for you." When Li Lingtian saw Tang Qingyue's expression, he felt relieved. One of his wishes had finally been fulfilled. Although he had been through a life-and-death situation, Tang Qingyue was still in his hands. Following that, Li Lingtian introduced Huangfu Yuyan to Tang Qingyue. As he spoke, he checked on Tang Qingyue's condition and quickly refined the pills. Although Tang Qingyue's condition was special, it was not difficult for him. "What is it?" "Sister Yuyan is a martial saint, one of the 10 martial saints of the divine continent." Tang Qingyue was shocked when she heard Li Lingtian mention Huangfu Yuyan. She could not cultivate in the god's sealing pagoda and her cultivation was declining. She was only a tier 4 warrior king now. As a martial king, what was the concept of a martial saint? Moreover, this martial saint was only a young girl. "Hee, Sister Qingyue, I'm no longer a martial saint. My martial saint cultivation is now in his hands," Huangfu Yuyan said with a smile. To her, there was no meaning to becoming a martial saint. Her time in the past was simply wasted. As she spoke, she pointed at Li Lingtian who was busy refining pills. Alchemy required a quiet environment as well as a rich spiritual qi. Although the place was filled with a lot of slaughter qi, Li Lingtian could easily cast a formation to filter the spiritual qi. He was refining pills at the side and naturally did not know what the two girls were talking about. "Sister Yuyan, what is the meaning of this? Why is your martial saint cultivation on him?" Tang Qingyue could not understand a single word. A martial saint's strength was not something a martial king could look up to. However, she was extremely curious when Huangfu Yuyan said that Li Lingtian had the cultivation base. Besides, she also wanted to know what happened after she entered the divine dragon ring. Dishi family and Tuoba family had countless powerful warriors. Something must have happened during that time. After he saved you, he was attacked by the powerful warriors of the Tuoba family and Dishi family. Even I couldn't stop the war when I arrived. I've sealed my cultivation, so I'm only a martial king. Tuoba Nan saw through me. In order to let me leave, he used the myriad returning swords to block the attacks of 5 level 7 experts. A level 7 expert was only injured, which angered him. In the end, he used a tyrant's blade technique called Desolation 10 consecutive strikes, which killed 2 level 7 experts and 1 level 4 expert. However, he was also imprisoned and his 5 elements martial soul was extracted. Huangfu Yuyan slowly recounted the entire situation in detail. Tang Qingyue was so frightened that she started sobbing. This time, Li Lingtian had almost died forever. Fortunately, Huangfu Yuyan had used her martial saint cultivation to help him. Even though Li Lingtian was refining pills by the side, she was feeling extremely upset. Chapter 345, Zhangtian Mountain. Tang Qingyue looked at Li Lingtian busying himself. The young man's elegant figure made her fall into deep thought. If it were not for her, Li Lingtian would not have come to the Dishi family, nor would he have been destroyed. Fortunately, he had survived the ordeal. If he did not come back to life after his death, what would happen to his sister? After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian arrived before her and interrupted her thoughts. Sister Qingyue, this is a pill I refined. After you consume it, you should be able to recover. Li Lingtian walked up to Tang Qingyue and poured out the pill he had just refined. He then fed one to Tang Qingyue's mouth. Tang Qingyue was stunned by his action and her face turned red. Even though she used to mess around with Li Lingtian, she was still very disciplined. Now that Li Lingtian was feeding the pill to his mouth, only a very close person would do such a thing. In the God's Ceiling Pagoda, he kept asking himself if he was doing this for his sister. In the end, the answer she got was impossible because there was already a shadow in her mind that she could not get rid of. She was 2 years older than Tang Zimeng and 2 years older than Li Lingtian. She was only 20 years old and still a girl. Everything this young man had done for him was beyond his imagination. In the divine martial continent, such a person could no longer be seen. To be able to give up his life and go against a super clan to save him was no longer something that could be compared to sweet words. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw Tang Qingyue's expression. You can't move yet. Li Lingtian reminded her as he looked at Tang Qingyue with a carefree smile on his face. Tang Qingyue opened her red lips and swallowed the pill. In fact, Li Lingtian understood that Tang Qingyue's problem would disappear completely in 7 days even without the use of the elixir. Otherwise, she would not have spoken. However, they could not wait for 7 days. After all, this place was not safe yet. They did not know what dangers lay within the ancient battlefield ruins. He had to let Tang Qingyue recover. If they encountered any danger, the 3 of them would be able to deal with it together. After giving Tang Qingyue the pill, Li Lingtian sat on the ground to meditate and rest. There were no demonic beasts or wild beasts in the canyon. Li Lingtian was relieved. After that, Tang Qingyue was able to move again. The Jinshi in her body was recovering bit by bit. Huangfu Yuyan was also cultivating. Li Lingtian began to meditate and cultivate. As he had just broken through to the martial-honored realm, he needed to stabilize his realm. If his realm dropped, Huangfu Yuyan would not let him off easily. After a day, Li Lingtian's realm stabilized. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and saw the 2 girls staring at him. He was puzzled for a while before he reached out to touch his face. There was nothing wrong with his face. Are you guys looking at me like this? Is there something wrong? Li Lingtian asked tentatively. We are thinking about how to leave this place. Huangfu Yuyan looked at Li Lingtian. Girls, no matter how powerful they were still girls. With someone by their side, they would not use their brains or bother to think of a solution. Furthermore, Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue were both martial kings. In a place like this, Li Lingtian was the strongest. Naturally, Tang Qingyue did not witness Li Lingtian's strength. However, Huangfu Yuyan knew that with Li Lingtian's current strength, he could even put up a fight against a 7th Heaven Supreme Realm powerhouse. Especially that myriad swords returned to the origin in desolate 10 successive slashes, the power was extremely terrifying. The Ice, Fire, 9th Heaven was also an unrivaled existence. Furthermore, Li Lingtian still had a few powerful heaven-tier mystical powers that he had yet to unleash. It's fine. Let's go and look for it first. There should be a way out. There should be an exit at the place where we came in. Li Lingtian was not worried at all. As an array master, he was naturally familiar with arrays. Besides, Tuoba Nan and the Dishi family had been trying to get into this place, even if they had to offend a martial saint powerhouse. There must be some powerful treasures or cultivation techniques in this place. He did not need martial arts anymore, but he still desired skills. The power of the ice, fire, 9 heavens, the power of the 3rd heaven, was definitely equivalent to an intermediate or advanced heaven skill. Myriad returning swords was a heaven rank existence. He had many heaven rank skills, especially the tyrant blade art. It had a total of 3 moves. The first move, Desolate 10 consecutive slashes, was already so powerful that it completely exceeded the power of ordinary heaven rank skills. Moreover, the moves after that were of a different realm. In other words, the last 2 moves might be saint tier skills or even divine tier skills. Heaven rank skills also had strong and weak existences. Moreover, heaven rank divine powers also had taboos. The power of heaven rank taboos was many times stronger than heaven rank divine powers. However, the taboo of the heaven rank had never appeared in the divine martial continent. They had only heard of it in legends. You should feel honored. Tang Qingyue looked at Li Lingtian with a smile on her face. It was a happy smile. It was the first time she had smiled in more than 2 years. In fact, in her life, she rarely smiled for more than 10 years. The happiest moment of his life was when he was with Li Lingtian and his sister after he became the top genius on the prodigy roll during the Sky Dragon Empire tournament in Green Island. But later, he was captured by Dishi family and sent into the God's Ceiling Tower, losing his freedom. He spent the past 2 years in anxiety. He never thought that he would be free again one day, and that the one who saved him was the young man who made him the happiest. It was just that this youth had already become a young man after not seeing him for 2 years. A carefree and elegant young man, a shocking monstrous genius. Sister Qingyue, what do you mean? Li Lingtian was baffled. He did not know what Tang Qingyue's sudden remark meant. Isn't it your honor to be accompanied by 2 beauties? Be careful. When we go back, I'll see how you explain this to Meng Meng. Can you tell her how you came to the Azure continent? Tang Qingyue's face reddened. She had actually said such words herself. However, she could not control herself in front of Li Lingtian. When she thought of Li Lingtian's arrival in the Azure continent, she was curious as to how Li Lingtian came to the Azure continent. Huangfu Yuyan was curious as well. She had never known Li Lingtian's true identity. Even when Li Lingtian came to Vast Heaven City, he only heard that Li Lingtian had a grudge with the Dishi family. Oh, it's naturally an honor. One is one of the top 10 martial saints of the divine continent, and the other is a peerless beauty. Of course, I feel honored. As for coming to the Azure continent, it was my bad luck. After you were captured, many things happened. Li Lingtian slowly recounted what happened after Tang Qingyue was captured, including how astounding Thunder City killed a martial emperor, how they built the Heavenly Cloud battleship to sweep across the Azure continent, and how they were struck by the god's wrath's light and came to the Azure continent. He told them everything. The 2 ladies were shocked to hear that. They did not expect Li Lingtian to have such a twist. Then, he understood that it must not have been easy for a young man of 18 or 19 years old to reach the martial royal realm. It turned out that he had experienced countless life and death situations to reach this level. Oh right, you just said that I'm one of the 10 great martial saints. Could it be that I'm not a beauty? After hearing Li Lingtian's story, the 2 ladies were shocked and felt endless admiration for this young man. This young man was definitely not a spoiled child. He was a super genius who had experienced countless life and death situations. Moreover, he had walked on the edge of life and death. Huangfu Yuyan suddenly thought of something. She looked at Li Lingtian and asked seriously. Girls like to be serious, especially in front of the man they liked. Of course, Yuyan is a beauty, a peerless beauty. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. Why is this little girl like this? Was she still a martial saint? Were all the girls from the martial saint realm this serious? However, to be honest, Huangfu Yuyan was truly a peerless beauty. Her breasts were tall and perky, and her pink dress accentuated her petite and delicate body to perfection. That's more like it. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, Huangfu Yuyan's face lit up with joy. Tang Qingyue, who was standing by the side, also smiled. She did not treat Huangfu Yuyan as a martial saint at all but as a good sister. Let's go and find out what's so good about this place that Dishi family and Tuoba family cares so much about it. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked forward but stopped after a few steps because there was no movement behind him. He turned around and saw the two girls sitting on the ground with no intention of getting up. Before he could say anything, Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan reached out their hands at the same time. That's more like it. Li Lingtian could only shake his head. He then reached out to pull the two girls up. After Tang Qingyue got up, she snorted softly and pouted at Li Lingtian proudly. Li Lingtian's face darkened immediately. Then, the three of them quickly ran into the distance. Little White was with Ge, and the silver-winged flying dragon was already injured. Little Mouth could only look at the multicolored beast. Li Lingtian summoned the multicolored beast and the three of them rode on the beast and sped forward. Along the way, the three of them looked at the red flowers and green willows everywhere, but there was no sunlight or stars in this place. 10 days passed in a flash, but the three of them still didn't find any treasures. Let alone treasures, they didn't even see a warrior's weapon. On this day, Li Lingtian arrived before a huge mountain range in 3 days. The mountain range was at least 10,000 meters tall and the huge mountain peak exuded a majestic aura. This was also the first mountain they had seen during this period of time. In the past few days, they had only seen small hills. Sangtian Mountain. A tall stone tablet stood at the foot of the mountain peak. The stone tablet was at least 100 meters tall. It was unknown what material the entire stone tablet was made of, but it emitted a domineering aura from top to bottom. Moreover, this stone tablet also gave people an illusion. When they looked at the stone tablet, the entire world was spinning. Chapter 346, Ancient Battlefield, 1. Upon seeing this, Li Lingtian and the other two stopped. Be careful. Let me take a look. Li Lingtian instructed Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue before he walked toward the stone tablet. He looked so focused and serious, which made Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue feel a wave of sweetness. It felt good to have someone to protect him, and he didn't have to do things himself. Although they would go with him if there was danger, the nature was different because they felt that they were being protected. Following that, Li Lingtian slowly extended his divine consciousness and placed it on the stone tablet. Immediately, the stone tablet emitted a suction force and he was pulled in. When Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Without any hesitation, their delicate bodies flashed and they flew in the direction of the stone tablet. When he arrived in front of the stone tablet, he was also sucked in by the power inside the stone tablet. Behind the stone tablet was another world. This world was the mountain that he had just seen outside. But now, this mountain was bigger than he had imagined. The powerful mountain peak was filled with spiritual energy. However, this place was not as perfect as he had imagined, because he would encounter a skeleton from time to time. Moreover, these skeletons were holding powerful weapons in their hands. There were profound level weapons, imperial weapons, and heaven weapons. Li Lingtian waited on the spot after he was sucked in. He knew that Tang Qingyue and her companion would follow him in. As soon as he steadied himself, Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan appeared. Their delicate bodies crashed into him. Li Lingtian wrapped his arms around them and a ray of true essence radiance wrapped them in his arms. He then put the two of them down. Although Huangfu Yuyan was like Li Lingtian, she was still shy with Tang Qingyue around. Her face was flushed red. Tang Qingyue felt even worse. Her heart was racing, and her face was flushed red. She did not expect herself to be in Li Lingtian's arms. Fortunately, Li Lingtian's eyes were scanning the surroundings, which prevented her from feeling even worse. Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue shuddered at the sight of the skeletons. Even though they were both warriors, Li Lingtian's presence inadvertently revealed their girlish nature. Ling Tian, what is this place? Tang Qingyue asked softly when she saw the skeletons. She subconsciously leaned toward Li Lingtian. She had never addressed Li Lingtian as her brother-in-law before and did not know how to address him. After thinking about it for a long time, he could only call her understand. Although it felt a little intimate, it was much better than not calling her at all. This place should be the true ancient battlefield ruins. What we don't know is that the weapons in the hands of these ancient warriors should belong to two super forces or countless large forces fighting for territory or treasures. Even though they are all Xian artifacts and Emperor artifacts, these weapons are considered very impressive in the divine martial continent. It seems that the mountain is the real dangerous place. You have to be careful. Li Lingtian began to analyze the skeletons and weapons in this place. This way, it would not be difficult for him to obtain the strength of the ancient times. After saying that, he held their hands and ran up. In this place, he did not dare to fly at all in case he encountered any powerful threats. Shoo! In half an hour, the three of them had only flown 10 miles. From the outside, the mountain peak looked only 10,000 meters high, but after entering the mountain peak, they realized that the height was less than 1/10 of the mountain peak. Furthermore, there was another problem. The higher he went, the stronger the oppressive force. Even with Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could feel the strong oppressive force and it posed a great difficulty for him to move forward. The three of them stopped and put away some mystic and imperial weapons. However, they did not touch them with their hands. They only used their true qi to put these storage bags and weapons into individual storage bags. Along the way, there were only profound level weapons and imperial level weapons. Furthermore, the higher they went, the fewer skeletons they encountered, but the stronger the weapons they obtained. Looking at the pieces of profound armaments and emperor armaments entering the storage pouch one by one, the two girls were extremely excited. After resting for a while, Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan continued to fly upwards. Finally, they reached a height of 100 miles above the ground. However, during this distance, they had obtained several imperial artifacts and even a few heaven artifacts. Yuyan, Sister Qingyue, why don't you two enter the divine dragon ring? I'll go up alone. You can come out after I go up. Li Lingtian's chest heaved up and down as he looked at the two women's angry expressions. It was a fatal temptation. He said to Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue. There was no life in this place, but it gave people the feeling that they were being watched. If there was any danger, he could deal with it alone, but Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan could not. All right, you have to be careful. Remember, we're waiting for you. Huangfu Yuyan nodded. She knew that this was not the time for romance. Both of them were only martial kings and this would only burden Li Lingtian. With Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he should not be in any danger as long as he did not run into any of those supreme powerhouses in the 8th or 9th heaven. If Li Lingtian was in danger, the two of them would not be able to do anything. The divine dragon ring was activated, and an invisible suction force swallowed the two of them. When they reappeared, they had already entered the divine dragon ring. Once he was done, Li Lingtian sprinted forward. However, this time, he did not dash up directly. Instead, he began to search for treasures slowly. This way, although the speed of going up was slower, the number of treasures obtained increased. Li Lingtian's expression changed when he saw the emperor weapons and even the heaven weapons. A powerhouse who could use an emperor weapon or a heaven weapon, no matter how trashy he was, had some ability. However, these experts had all died here. The battle must have been extremely intense. Ancient battlefield? Li Lingtian muttered to himself as if he had thought of something. He cast a few small formations on the spot and began searching the divine dragon ring. In the end, she found Tuoba Nan's storage pouch. Huangfu Yuyan had grabbed this storage pouch when she entered the ancient tower. She knew that Tuoba Nan might have some information about the inside. Although he had fallen, she could not waste the storage pouch. The storage pouch was given to Li Lingtian as well. Li Lingtian had not touched it all this while. Now that he thought of the ancient battlefield, he was reminded of Tuoba Nan. There should be information regarding the ancient battlefield ruins in Tuoba Nan's storage bag. Soon, a storage bag was taken out, and his divine sense moved around in the storage bag. A jade slip appeared in his hand and he quickly inspected it with his divine consciousness. In a moment, Li Lingtian's face revealed a hint of joy but was even more shocked. Ancient battlefield ruins. So it's really the Azure Continent's ancient super clans fighting over this Tsang Mountain. It's said that there are powerful treasures on Tsang Mountain. Not only are the experts from the Azure Continent participating in this competition, but there are also experts from the other continents of the Divine Martial Continent. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. The fight for the treasure at Tsangtian Mountain was similar to the Heavenly Devil Canyon. It was not only the powerhouses from Green Continent but also the proud sons of heaven from other continents who had sneaked in. After reading the jade slip, Li Lingtian was puzzled as well. He only knew that there were treasures in the Tsang Heaven Mountain and all the powerhouses were competing for it. However, he did not know how all the powerhouses died here. He put away the jade slip and carefully ran up. He also extended his divine sense. As long as there was any movement, he would escape from this place or use a destructive attack. Shoo! 200 meters underground, Li Lingtian was shocked by what he saw. He sat down on the ground because the pressure in this place had reached the range that he could withstand. Moreover, this place was not the peak. It could only be considered the top of the mountain. However, there was still a lot of energy left. He had already exhausted his physical strength. He was shocked by what he saw. It was a magnificent square filled with skeletons. There were countless skeletons, weapons, emperor weapons, and even a few saint weapons. He scanned the square with his divine sense. There was no sign of life in this square. Moreover, the square was not on the top of the mountain. He did not know what the purpose of building a square here was. How could there be experts living in such a place? Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue appeared in front of Li Lingtian after he activated the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian then began to rest to recover his strength. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan were shocked and they saw what was happening in the square. However, they did not dare to move at all. They stood guard by Li Lingtian's side and waited for him to recover his strength. 3 hours later, Li Lingtian opened his eyes again and nodded at the two ladies before he walked toward the plaza. When they arrived at the square, there was no longer a trace of oppression. It was as relaxed as if they had arrived at their own backyard. However, facing thousands of skeletons, how could the three of them relax at all? These skeletons were all martial emperors and martial supremacies. The weapons in their hands were also emperor weapons and heaven weapons. There were also a few who controlled saint weapons. Li Lingtian then extended his hand and tried to put away a weapon. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he began to collect the storage pouches and weapons. The square with a radius of 10 miles was searched. All the weapons in the hands of the skeletons were put into their storage bags. After searching the entire plaza, he did not find any treasure. However, Li Lingtian's eyes fell on the statue in the center of the plaza. The statue had the appearance of a middle-aged man, and he looked extremely carefree. Even though it was a statue, it still gave off a powerful aura. Li Lingtian was surprised that the statue was not damaged in the battle between the powerhouses. Moreover, the statue exuded a strange aura which made Li Lingtian feel a sense of closeness. Chapter 347, Venerable Vast Heaven, 1. Li Lingtian found this feeling ridiculous. This place was the ancient battlefield, how could he feel close to it? However, the feeling was still present. Slowly, Li Lingtian walked toward the statue. No. That's the statue of an ancient mighty figure, venerable vast heaven. Just like you, it's a martial soul at the peak of the 5 elements. At this moment, Huangfu Yuyan seemed to have thought of something and spoke loudly. Worried that something might have happened to Li Lingtian, she quickly walked to his side. As she looked at the statue, she felt a sense of respect. Paragon vast heaven, 0.5 elements paragon. Li Lingtian was shocked. It turned out that this feeling was the reaction of the 5 elements martial souls. It was no wonder that he felt a sense of closeness. It turned out that they were all martial souls with 5 elements perfection. When he heard about venerable vast heaven, his face was filled with shock. The mighty figures who could be called venerables were all godlike existences. They were far from being comparable to the martial god of the divine martial continent. He had never thought that a statue of a paragon would appear in the ancient battlefield. One could imagine how powerful Paragon Vast Heaven was. That's right. Vast Heaven Knight. Legend has it that he was a super mighty figure from the ancient times. He's also a legend in the divine martial continent. That I just don't know where such an expert went. Huangfu Yuyan said indifferently. She was the martial saint of the Huangfu clan of the divine continent, so she naturally had a wide range of knowledge. These super families all had some stories or books of ancient mighty figures. The things they knew were not things that he could compare to. It seems like the treasure these experts are fighting over is related to Paragon Vast Heaven. Also, Vast Heaven Great City is also named after a paragon. Could it be that this Paragon Vast Heaven is from Vast Heaven Great City? Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. That was impossible, as Vast Heaven Venerable was an ancient mighty figure. Vast Heaven City was definitely not something that was left behind from ancient times. Li Lingtian, use your 5 elements force to sense if there's any mechanism in this venerable statue. Huangfu Yuyan looked at the statue seriously. As a warrior king, she was certainly incapable of doing anything else, but Li Lingtian could. She then shouted at Li Lingtian, but what happened next left Huangfu Yuyan speechless. Wait, you're wrong. You're my maid, so you have to call me young master, or master. Li Lingtian turned around and looked at Huangfu Yuyan. His gaze swept across Huangfu Yuyan's proud chest with a serious expression. However, his words left the 2 ladies in a daze. By the time Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue realized what was going on, they were glaring at Li Lingtian. Young master? Master, are you having a fever? Huangfu Yuyan was speechless. She then reached out and placed her hand on Li Lingtian's forehead, pretending to check if he had a fever. You seem to have forgotten our previous agreement. Li Lingtian replied calmly with a sly smile on his face. Young master. Tang Qingyue was smiling at Li Lingtian as well. She did not expect him to be in the mood to joke about a martial saint at this time. However, she did not expect Huangfu Yuyan to actually call him young master. It was beyond her expectations that a martial saint would address Li Lingtian as young master even though he had lost his cultivation base. Yes, not bad. This should be the way in the future. Li Lingtian smiled faintly as he circulated the power of 5 elements. He then carefully placed the power of 5 elements on it. Huangfu Yuyan did not even look at Li Lingtian. She blushed when she shouted out loud, but she knew that Li Lingtian was joking. However, it was not a big deal to address him as young master. In the past, she cultivated every day. Compared to her current life, there was no comparison at all. If she were to choose the cultivation of a martial saint or martial god now, she would rather be Li Lingtian's maid. At this moment, a terrifying pressure erupted from the space. Boom! The pressure pressed down on them. Li Lingtian's 5 elements power had already enveloped the statue and it was emitting a shocking amount of 5 elements power. Moreover, a 5-colored hole appeared on the statue. The hole had a powerful suction force. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan were both extremely curious when they saw the five-colored hole. They were right. There really was a mechanism in this statue. Moreover, it required the power of the five elements to activate this mechanism. This proved that there was a powerful treasure behind this passageway, and it was also a treasure that all the experts fought for. Let's go. Li Lingtian shouted at Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan. He was about to fly into the cave when several powerful auras were directed at the five-colored hole. Li Lingtian's heart trembled when he discovered these powerful and heaven-defying auras. How could there be other powerful beings in this place? He had not even found a trace of them. How powerful were they? His body, which was about to fly up, forcefully stabilized itself. He looked at the sky above the hole in shock. In an instant, the hole closed up. What a powerful aura. It has already surpassed the Supreme Realm, but it has not reached the Martial Emperor realm. How strange. Huangfu Yuyan's expression changed as she stared at the empty space. The aura is the aura of a Martial Supreme, but it's at the Martial Supreme realm. However, its strength has surpassed that of a Martial Supreme. It should be a sealed expert or a demonic beast. Li Lingtian said calmly. He was still in a state of shock. If he were to go up there, he would definitely be killed. But now, he did not know where to go. The passage he had opened had actually become a wedding dress for others. He was really unwilling. So what if he was unwilling? The experts above were not people he could provoke. Any one of them would crush him to death. You're right. Huangfu Yuyan nodded. Only this explanation could explain everything that had just happened. After that, the three of them didn't say anything. They all came to this place and felt a little unwilling to leave. However, at this moment, a shocking explosion sounded. Boom! The space exploded and the space above the statue suddenly tore apart. An independent world appeared before the eyes of Li Lingtian and the other two. 5 super experts were fighting each other, and space was torn apart like this. The destructive gale continued to tear apart. Li Lingtian waved his hand and cast a simple array formation. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan entered the array formation as well. This was the only way to withstand the gale's tearing. Sister Qingyue, Yuyan, you two return to the Divine Dragon Ring first. Li Lingtian's tone did not show any signs of resistance. His eyes were grave. Given the current situation, it was impossible for him to leave. He could only watch the battle between the 5 powerhouses from the sidelines. If he left, something might happen and he would be trapped. All right, be careful. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan nodded. Then, an invisible force engulfed them and sucked them into the Divine Dragon Ring. After everything was done, Li Lingtian watched the battle in the sky like a mortal watching a battle between gods. His guess was right. These 5 martial arts experts were all at the Supreme Realm, but their auras surpassed that of a Supreme Realm expert. Each attack was earth-shattering. The 5 super experts did not have a fixed opponent, and they attacked each other, trying to kill the other 4. Li Lingtian was below and could not see any treasure that was worth the battle between the few powerhouses. Li Lingtian took a closer look as well. The 5 ultimate powerhouses were emitting a frightening demonic aura. He was shocked. Could it be that these few experts were the almighty experts of the demon race? Only 7th-tier demon beasts could transform into human forms. Could it be that these guys were 7th-tier demon beasts? If that was the case, then these guys were existences like martial emperors. Longda, this thing is of no use to you. Why do you have to interfere? An expert who looked like a long-armed ape shouted loudly. His face was filled with anger. His long arms were like steel, and every attack shattered the air. Yuan Feng, this thing was left behind by Master. Now that Master is no longer around, this thing belongs to the capable. Longda's body carried traces of poisonous fog. The other 4 super experts were extremely afraid of this poisonous fog. They were poisonous flood dragons, but they wanted to call themselves true dragons. Neither of you are qualified. Only I, the flame tiger, am qualified to get this. Humph, you have the qualifications too. Aren't you afraid that the wind will hurt your tongue? Only I, Ling Yu, am qualified. Get lost, get lost. In an instant, the few super powerhouses started a war of words with each other. Li Lingtian was speechless for a while, and at the same time, he felt a wave of sorrow for being ignored by the demonic beasts. However, at this time, what he needed the most was to be ignored by a few powerful demonic beasts. Only then would he have a chance to leave. Moreover, he understood that these fellows were all servants of vast heaven's supremacy. Or rather, they were merely demonic beasts reared by vast heaven's supremacy. The heavens didn't listen to people's wishes. That was the only way Li Lingtian could describe it. Just as he felt that he was being ignored, he was noticed by a few demonic beasts. Hee, humans below, it doesn't seem good to watch the show like this, right? As General Long changed the topic, the other four powerhouses noticed Li Lingtian. They were all curious to see Li Lingtian, a human, come here. Instantly, Li Lingtian felt a shocking pressure. The pressure that the demonic beast casually emitted made him feel oppressed. Please continue. I have no interest in competing with you for any treasures. Li Lingtian smiled wryly in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. He circulated the true essence in his body to the maximum. If a few demonic beasts tried to kill him, he would deliver a fatal blow and escape. He still has some guts. A revered martial artist human is still so calm. Yuan Feng was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. This was the first time he had seen something like this. Even when countless human powerhouses came here to fight for the treasure, they were still frightened by the few of them. Wait, who opened this passage? The flame tiger felt that something was wrong and immediately thought of this passageway. This passageway could only be opened by its master, but after its master disappeared, no one could open it. Now, it actually opened automatically. With that said, she turned her sharp gaze to Li Lingtian. At once, Wushuang's sharp gaze swept across Li Lingtian. Chapter 348, Transformed Demonic Beast. Li Lingtian's heart trembled under the 5 pairs of sharp eyes. This passage was opened by me. Do you want to deal with me? There was a faint smile on Li Lingtian's face, but he was terrified. However, he had no choice but to put on an act. These powerful warriors were demonic beasts in human form. Although countless years had passed, these demon beasts had been sealed, and their cultivation realms had been eroded by time, dropping to the supreme realm. However, even so, these 5 demonic beasts were not something that he, a first-level supreme realm expert, could deal with. From the conversation between the demonic beasts, it could be seen that these fellows were deeply afraid of vast heaven venerable, and they were also facing some kind of treasure. Li Lingtian's words stunned the 5 transformed demonic beasts. In terms of strength, Li Lingtian was no match for the demonic beasts. However, in terms of wisdom and experience, the 5 demonic beasts were no match for Li Lingtian. The world in his previous life was extremely cunning and he could survive in it. In this world, he had experienced many things and had rich experience. For a moment, the transformed demonic beasts were stumped by Li Lingtian's words. Hee, you said that you opened this passage. What ability do you have to open this passage? Silver Fox chuckled. As a fox, he was cunning to begin with. Moreover, he was a fox that had transformed, so he was naturally extremely cunning. As he spoke, he voiced the doubts of the few demonic beasts and they looked at Li Lingtian curiously. This is enough. Li Lingtian extended his hand and immediately channeled all of his true essence. A powerful 5 elements chi was released and he had become a martial honor. He had refined the heaven and earth 5 elements jade, and with Huangfu Yuan's martial saint true essence, the 5 elements chi had become extremely powerful. As soon as the 5 elements chi appeared, the expressions of the transformed demon beasts changed drastically. This was because this aura was his master's aura. It was exactly the same aura, a unique aura in this world. He did not expect it to appear on this young human. Could it be related to his master? Li Lingtian watched the 5 transformed mystical beasts' expressions change. Silver Fox, Flame Tiger, Longda, Yuan Feng, and Green Pang's expressions changed, but they remained silent for a moment. Why do you have the chi of the 5 elements? Silver Wolf cried out in surprise. As far as they knew, there was no other person in this world who could control the chi of the 5 elements. Don't you know why I'm here? Li Lingtian was also playing a riddle. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on any longer. He would not be able to continue acting. Could it be that you're the person Master mentioned, the one who can remove the restrictions on us? The Flame Tiger was the most direct. Without thinking, he revealed his trump cards in a moment. The other demon beasts reacted and glared at the Flame Tiger. The feeling of being sealed is not good, right? If you can't leave this place, it's impossible for you to advance. Your realm can only slowly fall. In the end, you're just ordinary demon beasts. In a world where you eat the weak, you can only become delicacies in the mouths of other demon beasts. Li Lingtian did not answer. He was delighted that there was still a glimmer of hope, but he could not let them see any flaws. As he spoke, he played with a ball of icy frost flame in his hand. The icy frost flame was constantly changing its shape. This icy frost flame was something that Li Lingtian had refined over the past few days. Can you really remove the restrictions on us? The few demonic beasts could not hold it in any longer. Even the cunning Silver Fox, who was suspicious of Li Lingtian, had enough of the restriction. Moreover, Li Lingtian's words were exactly what they were experiencing right now. Their cultivation base had declined, let alone advancing. If it were another few 100,000 years, they would become ordinary demon beasts. Longda looked down at Li Lingtian with anticipation. If he could remove the restriction, his cultivation base would be restored to Tier 7. I'm not sure if I can remove it, but I can kill you all in an instant. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian extended his hand and a true spirit pearl appeared in his hand. The pure heaven and earth spirit chi shocked the 5 transformed demonic beasts. What is it? You want to kill us? The few transformed demon beasts were all surprised. This human actually said such a flower, which was completely beyond the imagination of the demon beasts. Did I say that I would kill you? Do you think I'm full? Or am I a fool? Li Lingtian laughed without restraint, causing the transformed demonic beasts to be stunned. Then, he recalled that this human did not say that he wanted to kill them. He only said that he could kill them. Indeed, although the pearl in this young human's hand looked ordinary, it carried a pure spiritual energy that made people fear it. If this spiritual energy exploded, the few of them would inevitably die. Then what do you mean? Longda asked expectantly. He had to remove his restriction. No human had come to this place before. It was not easy for him to come. He had to give it a try. He couldn't just sit around and wait for his cultivation to fall. I never make promises that I'm not sure of. Wait until I come up and take a look. Besides, do you want me to work for nothing? Li Lingtian said with a smile as he looked at the 5 transformed demonic beasts. He too wanted to know what kind of treasure it was that had attracted so many powerhouses to compete for it. That's more like it. What benefits do you want? Don't tell me you want to compete with us. Yuan Feng looked at Li Lingtian's cultivation base. He was only at the first heaven martial honored realm. In front of them, he was nothing but an ant. Although he had fallen to Tier 6 by a few realms, his strength was not something Tier 6 could compare to. Swoosh. Li Lingtian's body flashed and a breeze blew. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky. However, he was shocked. Although it did not look high, it was at least 10 miles high when he flew. Furthermore, the pressure he felt when he flew up was extremely strong. Even with his supreme realm cultivation, he felt helpless in the face of this oppressive force. However, he could not be underestimated at this time. He circulated his true essence and the true dragon body barrier. The power of the true dragon's body barrier had neutralized the pressure. This way, his body would no longer be obstructed by the pressure. In just 2 breaths, Li Lingtian was already standing parallel to the 5 transformed mystical beasts. Li Lingtian was shocked when he arrived at the top. There was a huge throne in the sky. The throne was extremely luxurious and was completely made of 5 colored stones. This throne was filled with 5 colored stones. It was really a big deal. On both sides of the throne, there was a 2-meter-long flight of steps, which was no different from a table. Moreover, Li Lingtian was shocked to find that the 2 steps were the thunderbolt wood and the divine phoenix wood. He did not expect that there would be such a huge thunderbolt wood and divine phoenix wood in this world. More importantly, such a powerful divine wood was actually forged into a step. It was really a waste. The 2 steps were covered by a 5-colored light shield, but the items inside could be seen. There was a jade bottle and a jade slip on the left side of the stairs. On the right side of the stairs, there was a carving in a strange and exquisite ruler. From the outside, one side of the ruler was black and the other side was white. Li Lingtian swept his gaze across the items before his eyes finally landed on the 5 transformed demonic beasts. You want this thing, right? Li Lingtian pointed at the jade bottle on the left side of the stairs. The demonic beasts only needed pills to cultivate. As for treasures, in their opinion, they were inferior to their own physiques. For powerful demon beasts, their physiques were the strongest treasures. This is the divine feather pill, a medicinal pill used by the demon race. It's a tier 7 medicinal pill. Longda looked at the jade bottle and revealed a greedy expression. A grade 7 medicinal pill, and it was used by the demon race, was definitely a huge temptation to him. Li Lingtian also noticed that the demonic beasts' eyes were fixated on the jade bottle. They did not even spare a glance at the other items. Divine feather pill, not bad. If you obtain this medicinal pill, you can raise your cultivation level. However, the prerequisite is that you have to remove the restriction. As he spoke, he calculated in his heart. Following a few tens of thousands of years old demon beasts, he could not be careless at all. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive. We need this pill. We don't want the other things, but you have to remove the restriction for us. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this place. Silver Wolf said. They all knew that the restriction on the stairs was not something they could remove, and they also had restrictions on them. All right, I'll try. You guys step back. Li Lingtian nodded. Since it was difficult to back down now, he had no choice but to give it a try. However, being stared at by a few transformed demon beasts, he was also not at ease. If he made a move and a few transformed demon beasts attacked him, he would not even have the chance to resist. Do you think we are as despicable as you humans? Yuan Feng said angrily. It seemed that it had been schemed against by many human experts. Otherwise, it would not be so excited. Li Lingtian ignored them as he slowly made his way to the throne. Just as he arrived 10 meters in front of the throne, a shocking destructive aura pressed down. In front of this aura, even he did not have the slightest sense of resistance. Power of the 5 elements. With one hand and one body, a 5-colored ball of light appeared in his hand. Instantly, a powerful power of the 5 elements was unleashed. When the 5 elements' power appeared, the destructive aura in the air finally disappeared. Li Lingtian was still feeling a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. This place should have been created by vast heaven's supremacy. As Supremacy Taitsong had perfected the 5 elements, the restrictions he had set up naturally belonged to the 5 elements. He had the power of the 5 elements and was also at the peak of the 5 elements, so he naturally had to give it a try. This attempt was a success. At least the destructive aura of the 5 elements was offset. The 5 transformed mystical beasts were shocked and they saw Li Lingtian easily neutralize the destructive aura. The aura was enough to kill them, but it was useless against this young human. When he arrived before the throne, Li Lingtian felt as if he was hallucinating that he was standing at the peak of the divine martial continent. This throne actually carried the aura of a supreme martial artist, an aura of a sovereign ruling over the world. Li Lingtian shook his head when he sensed the illusion. However, the illusion was still there. In a flash, he quickly left the throne. However, what he did not expect was that the aura and presence on this throne was not an illusion, but an innate aura and presence. Chapter 349, Grade 7 Divine Feather Pill. What a powerful aura. Li Lingtian was utterly shocked. Such an imposing aura was definitely what a super powerhouse looked forward to the most, because every warrior wanted to stand at the peak of the continent. He forced his gaze away and shifted to the stairs on both sides. 2 5-colored light shields covered the steps. The 5-colored light shields were also the power of the 5 elements. Li Lingtian felt depressed when he saw this. He was just too lucky. The light barrier that he encountered when he was at the peak of the 5 elements was also of the 5 elements attribute. Moreover, only the power of the 5 elements could open this restriction. He circulated the power of the 5 elements and carefully extended his palm toward the light shield. Silk. With a slight sound, his palm entered the light barrier without any obstruction and grabbed the jade bottle. Seeing all of this, the 5 transformed demon beasts were stunned. Wasn't this all too easy? They were just taking things from their pockets first. Could it be that this human was really sent by his master? Otherwise, he wouldn't have the power of the 5 elements. Li Lingtian took out a bottle with an unchanging expression as if this was how it should be. This made the few transformed demonic beasts even more fearful of him, as they were afraid that he was someone sent by vast heaven venerable. Opening the jade bottle, a shocking medicinal efficacy immediately soared into the sky. This medicinal power carried a powerful demonic power. It was indeed a demonic beast's medicinal pill, the Divine Feather Pill. Grade 7 Divine Feather Pill. The 5 transformed demonic beasts were excited when they saw the shocking medicinal effects of the elixir. They rubbed their fists and palms and were about to come forward to fight for it. However, they held back when they saw Li Lingtian's gaze. This Divine Feather Pill, you can't use it. It's useless for you to keep it. You can't possibly keep this pill for yourself, right? Greenpen gulped as it looked at the Divine Feather Pill without any regard for its status. Its eyes never left the jade bottle in Li Lingtian's hand. It was the same for the other 4 transformed beasts. Facing the temptation of such a magical pill, even a 7th-rank beast would lose its composure. Moreover, beasts were not comparable to humans. Humans could more or less pretend, but beasts did not. How many Divine Feather Pills do you need? Li Lingtian did not object. Instead, he asked the 5 transformed demonic beasts how many Divine Feather Pills they needed. Who said he could not use the Divine Feather Pills? What a joke. After cultivating the true dragon body barrier and obtaining the dragon chi to temper his body, if he could refine a drop of Little White's true dragon blood, he would definitely become a powerful demon. However, he didn't dare to cultivate like this now, lest he couldn't withstand Little White's true dragon blood and become deranged. Moreover, he did not need the Divine Feather Pill for the time being, but his demon beasts needed it. If he could obtain this Divine Feather Pill, 1 Divine Feather Pill would definitely raise their level. I only need 3 pills. 3 Divine Feather Pills will be enough to restore my cultivation to grade 7. The Flame Tiger was stunned. It did not know how many pills were inside. Although the Flame Tiger was cruel, it was straightforward and did not play tricks. I want 4, that I want 3, how much is inside, that I want 5. The other 4 transformed demon beasts also told him the number they needed. Only Silver Wolf was the most cunning. He wanted to know how many pills were in the jade bottle. Li Lingtian had an idea of what to do after listening to the requests of the transformed demonic beasts. However, Silver Fox was too cunning and he was the hardest to deal with. What if the quantity inside isn't enough for what you need, and you, if there aren't enough, don't you want it? Li Lingtian's face revealed a disdainful smile. Faced with a few Tier 7 transformed mystical beasts, he could only choose to act tough. If he showed weakness, he would be the one at a disadvantage. This was the only way to shock them. When he spoke, he looked at Silver Wolf. This meant that if there were not enough, they could reduce the original number. Only Silver Wolf did not have the chance to get the pills. Are you courting death? Silver Wolf saw that this young human was really not easy to deal with, so he decided to fight back with his strength. He unleashed the terrifying demonic power in his entire body, and the wind and the air instantly tore apart. You want to die? That if you have the ability, try it. Ask them if they can let me be killed by you. Li Lingtian smiled as he held a true spirit pearl in one hand and a jade bottle in the other. The true essence in both his hands was circulating continuously. As long as he willed it, the jade bottle would turn into ashes, and the true spirit pearl would explode. This place would definitely be finished. At that time, not to mention medicinal pills, even the 5 transformed demonic beasts would disappear into thin air. This action was very casual and not pretentious at all. It was just a light movement of the arm. However, even so, the few transformed demon beasts were stunned, and the expressions on their faces kept changing. Although he didn't say anything threatening, he threatened the few transformed demon beasts. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face while the few transformed demonic beasts fell silent. Everyone, think carefully. Do you want to obtain the divine feather pill, or do you want my life so that everyone will die together? That you guys think about it first. I'll take out these 2 things first. Li Lingtian turned around and stored the true spirit pill into the divine dragon ring. With the jade bottle in one hand, he unleashed the power of 5 elements and grabbed the jade slip on the stairs. He grabbed the jade slip easily and sent a wisp of his divine sense into it. The divine feather pill formula was also the method to refine this pill. Soon, Li Lingtian had also collected the 2 items on the other step. There were 2 items. One was a strange ruler, and the other was a jade carving. Both of them emitted a faint ancient aura, and both of them were sealed. Moreover, this seal was not an ordinary seal. It was an ancient seal that required countless materials and array formations to break. Boom! To Li Lingtian and the transformed mystical beast's surprise, the throne began to tremble as soon as the jade sculpture was taken away. Instantly, the throne levitated and a domineering aura burst forth. Li Lingtian almost felt like worshipping it. When he realized the problem, he could only quickly withdraw his mind to resist the negative influence. His powerful soul and consciousness protected his mind, not letting this negative mentality occupy his mind. Then, his entire body emitted a proud aura. It couldn't be said to be proud, but sword intent. A powerful sword intent radiated from his body, and he stood proudly in the air like a sharp sword. The sword would rather break than yield. The sword was incomparably sharp. He possessed sword intent, and his entire person was like sword intent. It was impossible for him to submit to any power. At the same time, dragon energy was emitted. Dragons were the strongest existences of the demon race. Dragons were the ancestors of all demons. They were incomparably domineering and were a powerful race outside of the 5 elements in the world. Naturally, they would not be suppressed by such an aura. Puff! Li Lingtian's entire body collided with the power of the throne as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. However, the power of the throne could never make him submit. Chi of the 5 elements, suppress, heaven and earth reincarnation technique, press down. Li Lingtian's face turned pale. At this moment, he was a first heaven martial honored warrior. No matter how strong he was, he could not fight against the throne. If he waited for too long, he would not be able to withstand it. The only way was to attack and defend. The 5 transformed demon beasts had long been suppressed by this shocking power. Their faces revealed fear, as if they had seen such power before. Swoosh. After an unknown period of time, a breeze blew past and Li Lingtian felt extremely weak. Fortunately, the throne was suppressed. The throne floated in the air and was suppressed by the 5 elements qi and the true essence of the heaven and earth reincarnation. However, this power still existed and did not disappear. Li Lingtian used his divine consciousness to store the throne into the divine dragon ring. A few items entered Li Lingtian's divine dragon ring, including the 2 steps. It should be noted that the steps were made of thunderbolt wood and divine wind wood. Such items were hard to come by. After doing all this, the 5 transformed demon beasts heaved a sigh of relief. When they stood up, they were also a little weak. Let me tell you, there are a total of 66 divine feather pills here, but I can give each of you 5, because I can also use this pill. As Li Lingtian spoke, a terrifying dragon energy was emitted. This was the true dragon energy. Long De was stunned when he saw Li Lingtian's true dragon energy. How is this possible? How can you have true dragon qi? The rest of the transformed demonic beasts were shocked by the number of pills in the jade bottle. On the other hand, Long De was shocked by Li Lingtian's true dragon qi. True dragon qi was something only true dragons possessed. He was a poisoned Wyrm and had always boasted that he was a member of the dragon race. Now that he saw the true dragon qi, how could he not be shocked? Why do you have true dragon qi? Long De cried out in shock, his face filled with shock and excitement. How can I have true dragon qi? This is my business. Could it be that you still want to have true dragon qi? Li Lingtian smiled as he looked at the other 4 transformed mystical beasts. It was time to deal with the pills and he did not want to get involved in this matter. Besides, this was not a place to stay for long and he had to leave as soon as possible. Alright, 5 is not bad. Yuan Feng was the first to answer. Although Silver Wolf was unwilling, he still needed this human to remove his restriction, so he could only agree. Soon, Li Lingtian gave 5 pills to each of the 5 transformed demonic beasts. With that, the 25 pills were gone, but there were still 41 divine feather pills in the jade bottle. This pill was enough for his demonic beasts to use for a period of time. As long as there was enough time, he could also refine it according to the pill formula of this divine feather pill. At that time, the cultivation of his demonic beasts would also increase rapidly and become his strongest helper. Li Lingtian put away the pills and immediately cast the divine array diagram. A series of magical and powerful restrictions and arrays were cast. These transformed demonic beasts needed his help to remove the restrictions. It was not a difficult task, but Li Lingtian did not want to be tricked by these transformed demonic beasts. Human warriors could not be trusted, and neither could demonic beasts. After all, they were not of the same race, and it was common for them to scheme against each other. After everything was done, Li Lingtian called the 5 transformed mystical beasts inside. With the activation of the 5 elements qi and his array Dao cultivation, he was able to remove the 5 transformed demonic beasts' restrictions in no time. What reassured Li Lingtian was that although the 5 demonic beasts' restrictions were removed, their cultivation would not be fully restored in a short period of time. Swoosh. This formation will automatically be removed in 5 hours. I'll take my leave first. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he quickly flew down the hole. Then, he looked at the top of the mountain before he shot up and quickly flew up. P.S. I recommend an urban masterpiece, School Bell's Strongest Expert. The Strongest Expert was carefully created by God Blessing. It is definitely a must-have treasure for modern young men. Chapter 350, 10 Great Demon Kings, Ape Demon. The ancient battlefield ruins were also where the ancient mighty figures fought. Dishi Yuntian's face was filled with weariness. The few powerful warriors of Dishi family had followed him into the ancient battlefield, and the ones who had come to congratulate him had also entered the ancient battlefield. Tuoba family and Dishi family had planned for hundreds of years. In the end, half of Dishi family's super powerful warriors were killed. There were many other revered martial artists, but no matter how many revered martial artists there were, they couldn't be compared with the 7th level of revered martial artists. At the moment, there were only 3 revered martial artists at the 7th level of revered martial artists in Dishi family. Such strength was destined to be eliminated from one of the top 10 families. He was unwilling to accept the fact that thousands of powerful warriors had come in to congratulate him. No matter what, his Dishi family would suffer a loss. What he couldn't accept even more was that Tuoba Nan had left with the heaven and earth 5 elements jade alone. Fortunately, his Dishi family had a tracking treasure, which was why he had come to fight Tuoba Nan. However, by the time they arrived at the ancient tower, Tuoba Nan had already entered the tower. Li Lingtian and Huangfu Yuyen had also entered the tower. They naturally didn't know that Tuoba Nan didn't even enter the ancient tower. Instead, he was wiped out by Huangfu Yuyen outside the ancient tower. When they arrived at the ancient tower, the bronze door had already been closed. Thousands of experts had used countless methods to open this bronze door. Opening this bronze door was actually not their ability. It was because Li Lingtian and the others had triggered the stone tablet's restriction after they entered the bronze door that the restriction on the bronze door was loosened. Thousands of experts entered the stone steels and quickly dispersed after arriving at the mountain peak. This was also the most instinctive reaction of every warrior. It was unknown how big the powerful mountain peak was. After thousands of experts entered, they disappeared. Dishi Yuntian didn't know how many skeletons he had met. Each skeleton had a weapon and a storage bag. Seeing this treasure, the fatigue on his face disappeared. After a long time, a stone door appeared in front of him. He hesitated for a moment and carefully walked in. A cave abode that could appear in the ancient battlefield definitely had many treasures. In other places, there were also countless supreme experts who found treasures, but most of them were killed by the strange killing intent. There were also humans who killed people to seize treasures. The lives of martial venerables and martial monarchs were worthless here. Experts continued to die, and experts continued to find treasures. Li Lingtian cast the true dragon body barrier and circulated the 5 elements qi with the heaven and earth reincarnation technique to neutralize the oppressive force. He then flew up quickly. There were no demonic beasts or skeletons along the way. Naturally, there were no treasures. Boom! After 2 hours, they finally arrived at the top of the mountain. However, just as they arrived at the top of the mountain, without any hesitation, a careless aura rushed down. He did not have the slightest chance to resist. He did not even have time to react before he was blasted into a mysterious space. Li Lingtian did not put up the slightest resistance in this soft teleportation spacetime. Because he was an array master, he understood the power of the teleportation array. If he messed around in the teleportation array, he might be teleported to a strange place. If he destroyed the teleportation array, he would also disappear in time and space. Phew! A light breeze blew past as Li Lingtian landed on the ground. However, the moment he landed, he felt a shocking pressure coming at him. His body was sent flying by the pressure, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already lying on the ground. He hadn't even had the time to look around before he was attacked. He was really fucking unlucky. You motherfucker. Li Lingtian cursed as he subconsciously cast several powerful defensive spells. After he was done, he began to survey his surroundings. A terrifying gorilla. What kind of gorilla was this? It was simply a mountain. It was 300 meters tall, and its black fur emitted a terrifying demonic power pressure. Fortunately, the gigantic demonic beast's limbs were restrained and its entire body was in a deep sleep. It ignored Li Lingtian. The pressure that attacked Li Lingtian was merely the first to bear the pressure that was originally floating in this place. At the thought of this, Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. TM, so fucking unlucky. My cultivation base is too weak. No one has made a move yet. The faint pressure I'm emitting while I'm sleeping can keep you safe. Li Lingtian was relieved that the gorilla had not woken up. Looking around, he found that this was a mountain depression, and the mountain depression was only 1 or 2 miles in size. Rather than calling it a mountain valley, it would be more accurate to call it a forbidden land. This was because there was a gorilla in front of them and a terrifying destructive aura behind them. The only way to leave was to return from the place where they came from. However, here, they had no idea how to return. That I see. Li Lingtian's gaze fell on the gorilla. There was a passageway behind the gorilla, but it was blocked by the gorilla. If one wanted to enter this passageway, they would either have to kill the gorilla or sneak in while the gorilla was sleeping. Obviously, it was impossible. This gorilla seemed to be sleeping, and there was a slight gap behind it that could be entered. However, as long as there was a slight movement, it would instantly wake up and launch a destructive attack. I'm going all out. Li Lingtian made up his mind and concealed his aura. He was like a statue as he calmed himself down. With a flick of his consciousness, the thunderclap wings appeared. When the thunderclap wings appeared, a powerful saint artifact pressure erupted. At this moment, the gorilla also woke up. At the same time, Li Lingtian's entire body disappeared. Just as he was about to pass through the gap behind the gorilla's explosive pressure exploded and the space distorted. Li Lingtian's body trembled as he could no longer withstand the pressure. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and landed on the ground. He looked at the gorilla in fear. He did not expect this clumsy gorilla to have such a quick reaction. In this world, nothing was lucky. Even if gorillas were sleeping, their reaction speed was beyond human imagination. Spatial imprisonment. Seeing that he had been discovered, Li Lingtian forcefully cast the space banner. In an instant, the space became a vacuum and the gorilla's pressure was blocked outside. As such, Li Lingtian cursed himself inwardly. If he had used the spatial banner earlier, he would have entered the place and his injuries would not have been in vain. He walked forward step by step, getting closer and closer to the gorilla. When he saw the gorilla, he felt as weak as a small ant. Seeing that the gorilla's pressure had no effect on his spatial imprisonment, his face revealed a relaxed expression. Finally, he arrived at the gap and was about to enter the passage. At this moment, he was shocked to death. A wave of pressure directly penetrated the spatial imprisonment and arrived in front of him. His entire person was sent flying. His mind was greatly shaken, and his internal organs were almost displaced. Lowly human, you dare to play such a small trick in front of me? Aren't you being too childish? The gorilla opened its lantern-sized blood-red eyes and laughed sinisterly. The lantern-sized eyes were out of proportion to the gorilla's body. They were like 2 fireflies on a mountain. The gorilla did not move, but that invincible pressure automatically emitted. This saint? The cultivation of a martial saint. 8th rank demonic beast. Li Lingtian endured the crushing pressure, but with the true dragon's protection, he was able to withstand the violent pressure and was not crushed to death. Li Lingtian was stunned when he heard the gorilla's words. A demonic beast that could speak must be a tier 7 demonic beast. Moreover, this gorilla called itself a saint. In other words, this gorilla was at least at the martial saint level. A martial saint level demonic beast was an 8th tier existence. What the fuck was this place? There were actually shape-shifted demonic beasts and 8th order demonic beasts. Humph. Rank 8? It's all because of you hateful humans that you imprisoned me here for countless years. My strength is not even 1/10,000th of my peak. The gorilla became even more furious. Its huge body trembled and its limbs moved, but its limbs were bound by some mysterious chains and could not escape at all. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would have been killed long ago. Not at the 8th step. Could it be that it's not just grade 8? It's not my business that you're imprisoned here. Li Lingtian was even more shocked. The 8th tier was already beyond his imagination. From the gorilla's words, it was not just the 8th tier. While he was shocked, he was also extremely curious. He was in a dangerous situation now. He had to figure out the situation so that he would not die in this place. If he died here, it would be a fucking injustice. I'm one of the top 10 demon kings of the upper realm's demon race, the gorilla demon. However, after I was summoned to the lower realm, my divine lamp was destroyed. I could only rely on a trace of my soul to survive here. In the end, I condensed into a rank 9 beast body. Later, I was imprisoned here by the despicable humans. The gorilla sighed and slowly told him about its origins. For countless years, no one had come here again. No one had ever known about its matters. It was uncomfortable to hold it in. Anyway, this human could not leave this place, so it was better to stay and keep him company. After saying that, he ignored Li Lingtian. At this moment, Li Lingtian could not answer even if he ignored him because he was completely stunned. In the past, he was one of the top 10 demon kings of the demon race in the upper realm. Even if he came to the lower realm, he was still a 9th-tier demon beast. Now, he was also an 8th-tier existence. What the fuck was this? The ones he encountered were all extremely powerful existences. He had encountered all kinds of bad things. Level 8? Not to mention Tier 8, even Tier 7, he could not leave either. With this fellow guarding this place, it would not be so easy for him to leave unless he killed it. He was at the first level of the Supreme Realm. Wasn't it like an egg hitting a rock to kill an 8th-tier demonic beast? Chapter 351, Domain 1. Li Lingtian's spatial shackles felt the pressure outside weaken and he removed it as well. If he kept using spatial imprisonment, he would also consume all his true essence in a very short period of time. At that time, he would not even have the strength to resist. You're a mighty person from the upper realm. I believe you won't hold it against a martial-honored realm martial artist like me. Li Lingtian asked tentatively. The gorilla demon had already retracted its pressure. This was the most ideal situation. If the gorilla demon continued to exert its pressure, he would be crushed to death by it. Humph, you wish. I've been here for countless years, and I haven't eaten anything. I don't have anyone to talk to. Do you still want to leave after coming here? That treasure of yours is not bad. It can confine space, but your cultivation is not enough to unleash its full power. My true body is a demon king. Even though I'm only at the 8th step, I can still control a domain. In front of a domain, any attack is useless. The gorilla monster was in a good mood when it heard that Li Lingtian was leaving. It was impossible for this human to leave. In that case, it could play a trick on this human. Who asked humans to confine themselves in this place? Looking at the banner in Li Lingtian's hand, his eyes were filled with envy. However, the demons did not need such a treasure from humans. He was just curious. In the face of a realm, this treasure was useless. Unless this human reached the martial emperor realm and used all the power of this treasure, it would only have a little bit of power. Domain. The legendary domain that only the martial god can come into contact with. You know the domain. No wonder you broke the spatial imprisonment. It turns out that you've mastered the power of the domain. Li Lingtian was shocked. In martial arts, other than strength, some powerful skills could also destroy the world. However, this skill carried strength. However, there were some skills that had a mysterious trajectory of heaven and earth. He knew from the ancient books that some skills carried the trajectory of heaven and earth, some carried the power of heaven and earth, and some had profound meanings and domains. There were even mysterious laws of heaven and earth on them. The sword force he cultivated had already surpassed ordinary heaven-grade divine powers. However, the force of sword force was also trash in front of the heaven and earth trajectory. Basically, the mysterious skills in this world had a level. They were intent, force, truth of heaven and earth, profound meaning domain, law, and Tao. Although the name of the origin was different, the basic principle was the same. He had cultivated sword intent and sword force, which had already shocked the experts of the world. Moreover, there were countless magical existences above, and even these things were unknown to others. You know quite a lot, but there are many magical things that even I don't know. This world is extremely magical, and no one really understands it. Otherwise, I would have been imprisoned here as well. At that time, I was also a ninth-grade existence, but I was actually imprisoned by a strange aura. Otherwise, who else could use this god-sealing chain to lock me up? The gorilla demon sighed. Even if it was one of the 10 great demon kings of the ancient times, it had no choice but to accept this fact. That was because he was already imprisoned. The one who imprisoned him was only a human. He could not even see the other party's cultivation. What is behind you? Why are you locked up here? It seems like you're just here to guard this place. Li Lingtian looked at the gorilla demon and sighed in his heart. Even the demon king was like this, so what if he was a martial honor? This world was indeed powerful, so powerful that he could not imagine it. The only way was to continue growing and let himself control his own destiny. After resting for a while, he opened his mouth to ask the gorilla demon. From the looks of it, this gorilla demon was clearly guarding this passageway. He did not know what was inside this passageway. I don't know. No one has ever been here. After I was imprisoned here, no one told me what was inside. You are the first human to come here, and also the first living animal to come here. When that person left, he seemed to be in a hurry. Someone unlocks this god-sealing chain, this will also be his opportunity. I only need to protect him 3 times to recover his cultivation and have a chance to return to the upper realm again. However, 3 times will consume all of my demonic power and lifespan. When my lifespan and demonic power are exhausted, it will be the time for me to be reborn. The gorilla demon fell into deep thought. It was as if countless years had passed and even his brain had rusted. After a long time, he finally spoke intermittently. Li Lingtian was stunned when he said that. If even the level 9 great demon could not break the god confinement chains, who else could? Rank 9 was also in existence at the martial god level. Even the martial god couldn't deal with it, let alone the other human experts. What kind of expert was stronger than the martial god? Li Lingtian could only meditate and rest speechlessly. He had been injured by the gorilla demon's pressure and needed to recover now. At this point, even if the gorilla demon wanted to kill him, he did not have the ability to resist. Rather than that, it was better to recover first. For a moment, the entire kernel finally quieted down. However, this scene was really a little strange. A monstrous beast that was as big as a mountain and a young man that was as weak as an ant. Neither of them fought. Instead, they were resting quietly. Take back your pressure first. I have a friend who wants to come out. Half a day had passed. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and shouted at the gorilla demon not far away. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan were still in the divine dragon ring. If they were not released, something bad would happen. However, if he did not inform the gorilla demon's pressure would bombard Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan. With their current cultivation, they would be crushed to death. The gorilla demon opened its huge eyes and did not speak. Li Lingtian could not care less. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan left the divine dragon ring and appeared beside Li Lingtian. The gorilla demon realized that the 2 humans were unsightly and did not care. What is this place, Lingtian? What's that? After Tang Qingyue came out, she looked around. The colonel was extremely quiet, so she did not notice the gorilla demon. Moreover, if one did not look carefully, one would not know the existence of the gorilla demon at all. This was because the gorilla demon was like a huge mountain here. In front of such a huge mountain, a human could not even see its basic appearance clearly. They would only treat the gorilla demon as a stone wall or a mountain peak. However, when Huangfu Yuyan raised her head, she discovered the existence of the gorilla demon. She also saw that this mountain was not a mountain, but a huge and terrifying demon beast. This is a gorilla demon, one of the top 10 demon kings of the upper realm. He's also imprisoned here now. Li Lingtian was calm on the other hand. After all, he had dealt with the gorilla demon before. The man and the demon did not engage in a huge battle, but they got along quite well. He also understood that the gorilla demon would not kill him. After all, it was truly lonely to be here for countless years. It was naturally a good thing to have someone to talk to. Gorilla demon, one of the top 10 demon kings of the upper realm. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan looked at the huge demonic beast in shock. They were extremely shocked and also a little afraid. They had never seen such a huge demonic beast before. It was simply a monster. The presence of such a powerful demonic beast in this place made one feel uneasy. However, when they saw Li Lingtian's quiet appearance, their uneasiness gradually eased. "Hey, right, this is for you." Seeing the current situation, it was naturally impossible for Li Lingtian to leave. He just needed to be safe for now, and he could think of a way to deal with it later. Moreover, with two beautiful women accompanying him, it was not boring anymore. Thinking of this, he took out some spirit fruits and Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan began to enjoy them. Li Lingtian looked at the gorilla demon before he took out more than 20,000-year spirit fruits and hundreds of 10-year and 100-year spirit fruits. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan each received 3,000-year-old spirit fruits. Then, they wrapped all the spirit fruits with their vital essence. After shouting at the gorilla demon, it opened its lantern-sized eyes. It gulped and it saw the spirit fruit in Li Lingtian's hand. Furthermore, it could not hold back when it saw Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan eating the spirit fruit. Li Lingtian did not stop either. He hurled a large pile of spirit fruits at the gorilla demon. As soon as the spirit fruits reached the gorilla demon, they were restrained by an invisible force. All the spiritual fruits were suspended in the air. Two of the spiritual fruits were pulled into a huge mouth by a suction force. The entire mouth was like a huge black hole. Not bad, not bad, not bad. As the gorilla demon enjoyed it, it kept talking. It had not eaten anything for countless years. Moreover, this fruit was a 1,000-year-old spirit fruit, so it was naturally extremely enjoyable. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan laughed when they saw the terrifying demonic beast acting like this. The large pile of spirit fruits were all taken care of by the gorilla demon. Although these spirit fruits were not enough to fill the gap between the gorilla demon's teeth, they had satisfied it once. Originally, the gorilla demon's body could shrink, but after being confined, it could only display its largest physique. Satisfied, she finished all the spirit fruits and fell asleep quietly, completely ignoring Li Lingtian and the others. Li Lingtian recounted the incident that he had encountered, which surprised Tang Qingyue and Tang Qingyue. He did not expect Li Lingtian to encounter so many things in just one day. Moreover, all of them were extremely dangerous. Next, Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan cultivated while Li Lingtian refined the treasures. There was a gorilla demon here. Although the gorilla demon might not protect them, if there were outsiders, the gorilla demon would definitely be the first to deal with them. After all, Li Lingtian was the first to arrive here. Even though there was no relationship between them, Li Lingtian had given it the spirit fruit. At the very least, they were not enemies for the time being. Time passed quickly as Li Lingtian cultivated and recuperated. Chapter 352, Reaching an Agreement. Half a day passed quickly. At this moment, the entire mountain peak began to tremble. Boom! Boom! Muffled sounds came from the passage behind the gorilla demon, and it was very far away. After this situation appeared, the gorilla demon also became furious. He did not expect such a commotion to actually occur in the passageway. Gorilla demon, I'll think of a way to unlock your God's sealing chains. The prerequisite is that you have to listen to me. Otherwise, you'll forever be stuck in this place. Think about it, how about it? Li Lingtian began to feel anxious. If he were to be trapped in this place while others were fighting for the treasure, it would be a joke. Moreover, this was a good opportunity. If he could reach an agreement with this gorilla demon, it would be a good thing. He had also heard the gorilla demon say that as long as he undid this god's sealing chain, he could leave this place and help others 3 times. If he could obtain the help of this gorilla demon, he would definitely be able to solve many problems with the help of a martial Saint Realm demon beast 3 times. When he left, he said that I would help someone 3 times. If you can remove this god's sealing chain, I will naturally help you 3 times. What else do you want? The gorilla demon was also extremely anxious and excited. If he could leave this place and recover his cultivation, he would have a chance to return to the upper world. However, judging from the words of this human in front of him, it shouldn't be as simple as 3 attacks. Moreover, it also wanted to know what method the human who had unlocked the god's sealing chains had to recover his cultivation. He didn't want to be fooled by that guy's joke. I do have some ideas about this god's sealing chain, but if you leave, no one in this world will be able to suppress you. If you do anything reckless, won't I become the culprit of mankind? Therefore, if I remove the god's sealing chains, you have to listen to me. Similarly, you only need to make a move 3 times. Moreover, I can also let you recover to the peak of the 9th level and return to the upper realm, that you should be suspecting that I have some method to recover your cultivation, right? Li Lingtian had a serious expression on his face. As he spoke, he looked at the gorilla demon's eyes. The gorilla demon's eyes were filled with curiosity. He also knew that this gorilla demon was doubting his ability. After saying that, he circulated his true essence. The true dragon body barrier was activated. Instantly, a shocking demonic power soared into the sky. This demonic power was completely terrifying dragon chi. True dragon chi. Dragon chi continuously filled the air, and the gorilla demon's eyes emitted a look of surprise. Dragon chi. True dragon chi. The gorilla monster was shocked and it saw Li Lingtian's shocking dragon energy. The human's cultivation base was not high, but the dragon energy was shocking. In terms of cultivation, it was not something that human could compare to. However, the purity of this dragon energy shocked it. Such pure dragon energy could only be possessed by the true dragon clan. That's right. If I give you the dragon energy of a world and the blood of a true dragon, think about it. Can you recover your cultivation? Li Lingtian continued to tempt her. In fact, he had already thought about it. If the dragon energy was combined with the true dragon's blood, it should be able to restore the demonic beast's cultivation base. This demonic beast was only at level 8 or level 9. Given how powerful a true dragon was, this small problem should be easily resolved. True dragon's blood. Do you really have the blood of a true dragon? Are you from the dragon clan? The gorilla demon could no longer sit still. If he really had the true dragon's blood and true dragon chi, his cultivation would definitely recover. Forget about recovering, if his luck was good, he would definitely surpass his peak cultivation realm back then. However, he was extremely suspicious of this young man in front of him. How could a human possess the blood and chi of a true dragon? Dragon clan, you can say so, that I have a little friend who is a dragon. I can be considered a dragon too. Li Lingtian extended his hand and the roaring dragon combat halberd appeared in his hand. The roaring dragon combat halberd represented the dragon tribe's most valuable treasure. Furthermore, he had the divine dragon ring in his hand. All of this was enough to prove his identity and status. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. That's right. The Roar Dragon Battle Halberd is the most precious treasure of the Dragon Clan. Only the clan leader of the Dragon Clan can keep it. Although I don't know how you got the Roar Dragon Battle Halberd, I believe you have a good relationship with the Dragon Clan. The gorilla demon became excited. The strength of the dragon race was something that any demon race had to worship because the dragon race was the strongest existence in the demon race. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll help you 3 times, but after 3 times, you have to give me the true dragon blood and true dragon chi. Take this wisp of soul. I hope you won't be like that guy in front of you. The gorilla monster was extremely anxious when it saw Li Lingtian's appearance and the commotion in the tunnel behind him. Following that, he forcefully summoned a wisp of his soul and it floated toward Li Lingtian. The gorilla demon's eyes revealed a pained expression after its soul was released. Li Lingtian did not expect the gorilla demon to release a wisp of its soul. In that case, his fate was in his hands. It seemed like the gorilla demon was going all out for the true dragon's blood and freedom. Li Lingtian did not hesitate as he quickly refined and controlled the wisp of soul. As long as the gorilla demon did not deal with him, he would not touch the green soul. This was also the agreement between them. In fact, the gorilla demon saw that Li Lingtian possessed the true dragon's qi. The humans who were with the dragon tribe were not necessarily cunning and despicable. Rumble, rumble. In the depths of the mountain, there was a huge palace. The palace was complicated and it was completely a maze. If one was not familiar with this place, they would definitely be trapped here. In the center of the palace, 5 powerful Supreme Realm experts were fighting each other. It was a desperate fight. This was because in the ancient palace, there were many mighty and domineering weapons floating. The weapons were 5 inches wide and 4 feet long, and there was a purple crystal on the handle. The entire weapon emitted a shocking domineering aura. Just this aura alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. Moreover, the weapon carried a slight sound of wind, and the sound of wind carried thunder. When the 5 super experts clashed, the weapons were surrounded by a faint light, and they could not touch the weapons at all. Dishi Yuntian, let's see how long you can last in the 7th sky. Yu Bufeng sat alone in a corner, Dishi Yuntian sat in a corner, when Yunfeng and Lai Xie sat in a corner. On the other side, there was also a level 6 powerful warrior from Dishi family. For a moment, the 2 Supreme Realm warriors of Dishi family were facing the attacks of Yu Bufeng and the other 2. The moon is not sealed, yet the Queen's palace has actually joined forces with other factions. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. If they have the ability, they can fight for this treasure. Dishi Yuntian looked at the 3 Supreme Realm warriors in front of him. One of them was at the 7th level of Supreme Realm, while the other 2 were at the 4th or 5th level. However, the other party's strength was deep and terrifying, far beyond his imagination. The battle had been going on for so long, but he still hadn't gained the upper hand. Moreover, they had also encountered powerful gliding demon beasts outside. If they were chased by the transformed demon beasts, this weapon would not belong to them, and they would have to leave their lives here. Damn it. At this moment, the weapon floating in the palace was actually sucked away by a suction force and finally fell into the hands of a young man. When the 5 Supreme Realm experts saw this scene, they were all shocked and furious. The few of them were risking their lives, but someone else had taken the lead. What shocked them was that the radiance of this weapon was something that they could not break even after using countless techniques. They could not get their hands on the weapon either. They did not expect that someone would take it away so easily. The 5 of them looked at the young man with a weapon in his hand and were stunned. It's you, that's possible, didn't you die, how did you reach the 1st level of the Supreme Realm, impossible, impossible. The 5 of them exclaimed when they saw the young man who had put away his weapon. This was because they had witnessed Li Lingtian being imprisoned and even his 5 elements martial soul being extracted. He was on the verge of death. Even if he didn't die, it was impossible for him to cultivate. Dishi Yuntian was even more shocked. He had witnessed Li Lingtian's death with his own eyes. How could Li Lingtian appear here in one piece and even become a martial honor? Also, where did Tuobanan go? All of this made the experts extremely puzzled. Dishi family is destined to be destroyed. You destroyed me, but you also helped me achieve my goal. After Li Lingtian finished his sentence, he unleashed the astonishing 5 elements power. This 5 elements power carried a destructive intent. The 5 of them were shocked when they saw it. This 5 elements power was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the 5 elements martial soul from before. Beside him, Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue also looked at Dishi Yuntian with hatred, because they had all been tricked by the Dishi family. Dishi family is very powerful, indeed. When you were dealing with him, you already knew that the Dishi family would be destroyed, because you have the heaven and earth 5 elements jade and I. Do you want to know where Tuobanan went? He vanished into thin air outside the ancient tower. Although I sealed my cultivation, I can remove it. Although I paid a price, it was worth it. When you used the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade, you were destined to fail. Huangfu Yuyan said lightly. The hatred on her face turned into a smile because she saw the imminent destruction of the Dishi family, which also helped Li Lingtian. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that Huangfu Yuyan had already planned to reverse the martial saint's true essence to help Li Lingtian when he was imprisoned by the heaven and earth 5 elements jade. However, she had to wait for Li Lingtian's 5 elements martial soul to fuse with the heaven and earth 5 elements jade. Hearing Huangfu Yuyan's words, the 5 powerful revered martial artists were all shocked. They had never thought that everything that the Dishi family controlled would be defeated by someone else. Fortunately, he didn't offend this martial saint. Judging from the current situation, Dishi family was really finished. Li Lingtian was extremely touched. He did not expect Huangfu Yuyan to have already made arrangements for him when he was defeated. She just did not say it out loud. The winner is noble, the loser is bandit. If you want to destroy Dishi family, you will die here first. Dishi Yuntian felt extremely regretful. He didn't expect that everything that he had planned so carefully would be lost so miserably. With that, a shocking attack was launched at Li Lingtian. At the same time, another Dishi family powerhouse attacked Li Lingtian as well, intending to kill the young man in one blow. In the blink of an eye, 2 devastating attacks arrived before Li Lingtian. Chapter 353, Killing Dishi Yuntian. One was at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, and the other was at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm. Even if the other party was at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm, they would still be severely injured. However, they were shocked to find that Li Lingtian had no intention of making a move at all. Instead, he moved his body forward and stood in front of Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue. A protective shield appeared on his body, protecting his entire body. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, there was an explosion as 2 attacks landed on Li Lingtian's body. His protective shield trembled but was not shattered. With this, the few powerful Supreme Realm experts could no longer sit still. They did not know what fortuitous encounter Li Lingtian had to achieve the rank of a martial honored, but they did not expect him to possess such a strong physical defense at the first heaven of a martial honored. It was not that Li Lingtian did not react in time. Instead, he ignored the attacks of the 2 revered martial artists and used his own defense to withstand their powerful attacks. With such confidence, no one dared to try. Not to mention a level 1 Supreme Realm expert, even a level 7 or 8 Supreme Realm expert would not dare to use a protective shield to withstand the bombardment of a level 7 or level 6 Supreme Realm expert. However, Li Lingtian had managed to do it without even breaking his protective shield. What a terrifying defense, first level martial honored realm. Even a demon cultivator can't be so powerful. Yu Bufeng and Wen Yunfeng cried out in surprise. The stronger their cultivation base was, the more they understood the power of this attack. Such a powerful attack was not even able to break through Li Lingtian's defense. What kind of concept was this? Naturally, they did not know that Li Lingtian's strength had skyrocketed after he became a martial honor. Not only was his true dragon body barrier incomparably powerful, but he also had another powerful existence, the limitless feather coat, a treasure of the fairy clan's divine master. It was an existence akin to a supreme divine artifact. He had refined the limitless feather coat and put it on. Coupled with his true dragon body protection, he could withstand any martial honored realm expert as long as they were not at the 9th heaven. However, this was under the premise that he did not use a holy weapon level treasure. If a martial honor used a holy weapon, not to mention a 7th heaven, even a 5th heaven would be able to severely injure him. Now, as long as it wasn't an expert of the 8th or 9th heaven, he could fight without any worries. He didn't have to worry about the sneak attacks of other experts. Fancy punches but useless legs. Li Lingtian snorted and glanced at Dishi Yuntian and the other man with disdain. The powerful 7th-level martial honored realm could not kill him now. Now that the initiative was in his hands, there was a gap between the 1st level and the 7th level of the Supreme Realm. However, with the addition of treasures and skills, he was not afraid of the 7th level. Try the 3rd layer of the ice, fire, 9 layers of heaven. Extermination. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hands and joined them together in an instant. A beam of light shot toward Dishi Yuntian and the other man. Now, he had cast ice, fire, 9 heavens instantly. In the air, the aura of destruction and death filled the palace. Moreover, within this aura of death and destruction, there was also a violent aura of extermination. Yu Bufeng, Wen Yunfeng, and Lai Xia were all extremely shocked. A while ago, Li Lingtian's powerful technique had killed 3 revered martial artists in an instant. Even though their martial souls were eventually extracted by the imprisonment, it was strangely fine now. Moreover, his current strength was even more terrifying. Compared to a period of time ago, it was completely different. The power of one strike had exceeded their imaginations. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the palace was almost destroyed. A blood-spurting noise was heard. Dishi Yuntian was sent flying out, and didn't stop until he hit the stone wall of the palace. However, the other 6th-level martial honored realm warrior wasn't so lucky. He was killed by the ice/fire/9th-level warrior. The destructive halo spread out and swept through the entire palace. Wherever the halo passed, everything was destroyed. The defenses of Yu Bufeng and the other 2 were almost shattered. The expression on his face kept changing. Just the aftershock was so destructive. The aftershock was equivalent to a full-force attack from a 2nd-level martial honored realm expert. If he was in the center of the attack, would he be able to withstand it? The power of the Azure Dragon. Li Lingtian did not pause for even a moment. With a flash, his body was like a dragon as he arrived before Dishi Yuntian in a split second. The destructive dragon energy exploded in the air and pressed down on him. Li Lingtian waved his hands and 3 dragons spiraled toward him. Rumble. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions sounded as the 3 dragons struck Dishi Yuntian. Although Dishi Yuntian was injured, he was still a powerful 7th sky warrior. Even the dragons couldn't kill him in a short time. At that moment, Li Lingtian's expression faltered as the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Ice flame. Desolate. 10 consecutive strikes. A ball of ice flame flew towards Dishi Yuntian. With the attack of the 3 dragons, Dishi Yuntian could only watch the ice flame burning his body. Yu Bufeng and the other 2 had also noticed something was amiss. After Li Lingtian had performed his first move, he had performed 2 terrifying killer moves consecutively. Something must have gone wrong. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry to kill Dishi Yuntian. Voila! In the air, the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber had already been unleashed. The destructive pressure continuously tore apart the space of the palace. 10 desolation consecutive strikes was executed, and 10 saber rays slashed down. Each saber ray was stronger than the previous one, and the 10 saber rays were all together, like a wave. Along with a slight noise, Dishi Yuntian was cut into 2 halves. The cold ice flame on his body was still burning. At this moment, the old dragon crushed the 2 halves of his body. Li Lingtian grabbed the storage pouches of the 2 Dishi family powerhouses with one hand. Then, a halo of light swept up the 2 women beside him and they flew toward the palace's passageway. When Li Lingtian left, Yu Bufeng and the other 2 realized that something was amiss as a destructive demonic energy rushed toward them. The strength of this demonic energy was definitely not something a martial honor could compare to. If he didn't escape quickly, he would die without a burial place. At the same time, they were shocked. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to sense danger from afar in the middle of a great battle. His divine sense and agility made them feel apprehensive. This was because, in addition to having an extremely strong cultivation base, a powerhouse also needed a powerful divine sense and even more so, an agile reaction ability. This young man's agility was absolutely terrifying. When facing a level 7 expert, he was still able to take the initiative and easily kill him. Among them, Li Lingtian had killed Dishi Yuntian with his terrifying strength. Another reason was that Dishi Yuntian was caught off guard. Li Lingtian had killed the powerful warriors of the Dishi family and wounded him. This kind of blow had stunned Dishi Yuntian. This was enough to save him. In addition, Li Lingtian's last 2 attacks were the terrifying ice flame that was rarely seen by warriors and the powerful heaven-ranked divine ability. In their imagination, this move had already surpassed the scope of heaven-ranked divine abilities. "You're late." Just as Li Lingtian and the others were leaving, a super powerhouse who was covered in poisonous mist arrived at the palace. When he saw that everything in the palace had been destroyed, his face was filled with rage. With a flick of his divine perception, he quickly chased after Li Lingtian and the others. Li Lingtian led Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan as they sprinted forward. He had no idea where they were going. Roar! There was a loud roar. It was unclear whether it was a human or a demonic beast's roar. Upon hearing this sound, Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His movement technique became even faster, and in the blink of an eye, he flew several kilometers faster than the front. "Sir Lingtian, do you know what that thing is?" Lai Xie, who was sprinting at the back, asked Li Lingtian, who was flying in front. He was extremely curious. "It's best if you don't fight for it, lest you're afraid." Li Lingtian did not turn around. Instead, he accelerated his flight with a faint smile in his voice. Lai Xie, who was standing behind him, heard this voice. He was not happy about it. He had actually been fooled by a first heaven martial artist. However, he did not dare to get angry. This first heaven young man was too terrifying. "It can't be. What haven't I seen before? I can't be scared by an unknown demon beast, right?" Lai Xie chuckled. This way, he would be able to find a way out. The one at the back is indeed terrifying to those below. However, to an expert like Brother Lai, it's naturally nothing. There's only a transformed demonic beast behind us. Li Lingtian replied calmly. He did not turn around to look at Lai Xie's expression as he was actually laughing in his heart. In a flash, his body covered hundreds of meters, and he quickly flew toward the end of the tunnel. "What? Transformed demonic beast." This time, not only Lai Xie, even Wen Yunfeng and Yu Bufeng cried out in surprise. Their faces turned ashen. What kind of luck was this? It was actually a demonic beast that had transformed. They naturally knew what a shape-shifting demonic beast represented. A shape-shifting demonic beast was a 7th-tier demonic beast, and a 7th-tier demonic beast was equivalent to a martial supreme. Everything below the martial supreme realm was an ant. Even a martial supreme realm expert was just a slightly larger ant in front of a martial supreme realm expert. This Li Lingtian was way too scary. He actually knew that it was a tier 7 transformed demonic beast. It seemed that he had come into contact with this transformed demonic beast before, or else he would not be so familiar with it. Those who could escape from the hands of a transformed demon beast were not simple characters. Roar! With another roar, a destructive demonic power instantly blasted over. At the same time, Li Lingtian summoned Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan into the divine dragon ring to withstand the destructive attack. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was already heaven-defying that he did not kill a demon beast in one move. Wen Yunfeng and Lai Xie also spat out a mouthful of blood. Only Yu Bufeng, who was at the 7th sky, was able to resist for a moment. However, his expression was also grave and pale. Lai Xie and Wen Yunfeng were even more shocked, and they saw that Li Lingtian was only injured. With the same power, the 4 of them suffered the same attack. However, Li Lingtian did not put up any defense at all. Both of them had cast their powerful defensive treasures, but the damage they received was almost the same. The difference between them was too great. Even if they did not think about their cultivation base and strength, this defense alone was enough to make them feel wary. At this moment, their eyes shifted to the figure in the distance, and their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 354, The Poisonous Flood Dragon, 1. His figure flashed and stopped 100 meters away from the four of them. Liu Tian was astonished. He did not expect that this fellow's cultivation base had not recovered. It was truly strange. It seemed that he was in trouble this time. Long Da was that poisonous flood dragon. It was clearly a poisonous flood dragon, but it called itself a dragon. Sir, we have nothing to do with you. Why are you making things difficult for us? Lai Xie's heart trembled when he saw Long Da's violent aura. How could he not be afraid of this human who looked like him when Li Lingtian mentioned his demonic beast form? Transformed demonic beasts were existences that could crush a supreme realm expert to death with a casual pinch. As he spoke, he dragged Li Lingtian and the others into the fray. Even if they were to suffer, they would suffer together. Yu Bufeng, Li Lingtian, and Wen Yunfeng's faces were filled with disdain upon hearing Lai Xie's words. However, what happened next completely exceeded their imaginations. Get lost. Long Da shouted fiercely at Lai Xie, not even looking at him. In front of a transformed demonic beast, a supreme realm expert did not even have any dignity. Long Da's eyes then turned to Li Lingtian with a fierce gaze as if he wanted to eat him alive. Whoever has the wind lightning annihilation slash, take it out and I'll spare your lives. Long Da scanned the four of them. The treasures were stored in the storage bag, so he naturally couldn't find any aura. Sir, is the wind lightning annihilation slash you mentioned the weapon in the center of the palace? Initially, Lai Xie was displeased. However, since the weapon was not in his possession, he could shift the fury of the transformed demonic beast onto Li Lingtian. In this way, Li Lingtian would become the target of his attack and his humiliation would be lessened a little. After all, if they wanted to be humiliated, they would be humiliated together. This way, they would not feel embarrassed. That's right. If you take out the wind lightning extermination slash, I'll spare your life. When Long Da heard the whereabouts of this human who looked like the Tempest Annihilation, he didn't care about the fact that he had looked down on this human just now. Instead, he looked at Lai Xie with a sharp gaze. Sir, the wind lightning annihilation slash is in Sir Ling Tian's hands. I believe Sir Ling Tian won't take out such a treasure, right? With a fawning smile on his face, Lai Xie looked at Li Lingtian. This situation immediately caused Yu Bufeng and Wen Yunfeng to feel contempt. There was actually such a person. Even if they wanted to live, they had to look at the place. At this moment, even if the other party obtained the treasure, if they did not join forces, they would still be killed. Right now, the battle had yet to begin, and this Lai Xie had already started to have internal strife. However, when they saw Li Lingtian's expression, they were puzzled. He was still so calm and composed at this time. He was really able to sit still. Do you think I can take out something that has entered my hands? Li Lingtian replied indifferently as he stared at Lai Xie with a cold gaze. The smile on his face grew wider. Shoo! The three martial honor powerhouses exhaled a breath of cold air. It was obvious that Li Lingtian would not agree to hand over the treasure by saying such words. He was going against the humanoid demonic beast. This was suicide. However, something even more shocking happened. At this moment, they could not understand why. I was just about to give you this wind lightning god destroying slash. I didn't expect you to take it first. This is what I wanted. Long Da glared coldly at Lai Xie before his gaze fell on Li Lingtian. He had a faint smile on his face. He had not expected this outcome. Had the world gone mad for the humanoid demonic beast to give this treasure to Li Lingtian? Even if they were fools, they could tell that the humanoid mystical beast was trying to curry favor with Li Lingtian. A powerful Tier 7 mystical beast was trying to curry favor with a first heaven martial honored warrior. What kind of world was this? If you have something to say, just say it. Li Lingtian was taken aback as well. He then realized that the god-destroying tempest slash could not be used on demonic beasts. Moreover, looking at Long Da's appearance, he must have come to find him for something. He had already guessed a little, but he was not sure. Now that he heard Long Da's words and the expression on his face, he could confirm it now. Get lost. Do you want me to invite you or do you want me to stay here forever? Seeing that Li Lingtian had figured out his motive, Long Da did not continue to speak. He glared at Yu Bufeng and the other two with a fierce gaze and roared, almost breaking their minds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the hearts of the three of them trembled. How could a martial honor withstand the anger of a seventh-tier demonic beast? He reacted slightly and his body quickly flashed. With such an opportunity to leave, he would be a fool not to escape. In the blink of an eye, the three Supreme Realm powerhouses disappeared, leaving Li Lingtian and Long Da alone in the passageway. Why hasn't my cultivation recovered yet? Their cultivation is almost at the 7th step. Did you do something? Long Da asked loudly after the others left. He was the only one who showed no signs of movement as he watched his 4 companions gradually recover their cultivation base. After searching for a whole day, he finally found Li Lingtian when he noticed some movement on the surface. Your cultivation hasn't recovered because you're cultivating the dragon race's cultivation technique, and it's also an incomplete cultivation technique. And you're only from the Flood Dragon race, so you have a problem with yourself. Li Lingtian scanned Long Da's body with his divine perception before coming to a conclusion. Instantly, Long Da was about to explode in anger. He hated it when people said that he wasn't a dragon. However, he could only endure it when he asked this young man in front of him. Then what can we do? Long Da held it in for a moment before he finally asked Li Lingtian. He was a little doubtful whether this human was telling the truth. There is a way, but not now. Li Lingtian spoke calmly as he unleashed all the dragon energy in his body. The pure dragon energy suppressed the passage with destructive power, causing Long Da to be shocked as if he had seen a ghost. He did not expect Li Lingtian to have dragon energy, and it was the true dragon energy. True dragon chi was the aura of the true dragon clan. Li Lingtian actually possessed true dragon chi. If he could obtain the true dragon chi, he could also become a true dragon. Long Da was from the Flood Dragon race, so he was naturally clear about the dragon chi. The dragon chi displayed by this human in front of him was definitely the purest dragon chi in the world. This dragon chi was not only cultivated, but also innate. How could a human possess dragon energy? This was what he was shocked about. What he was looking forward to more was how this human possessed dragon energy. How good would it be if he obtained dragon energy? True dragon chi. Where did you get the true dragon chi? Long Da looked at Li Lingtian with a serious expression on his face. He unleashed all the demonic power in his body. If Li Lingtian did not tell the truth, he might have to use his powerful strength to force Li Lingtian. After all, dragon energy was too important to him. Isn't it just true dragon chi? Li Lingtian replied calmly, ignoring the terrifying demonic power emanating from Long Da's body. If he was still a martial emperor, he would not have dared to provoke him. However, he was now a martial honor and Long Da's cultivation was only at the martial honor level. Hence, he was not afraid of him. Moreover, even if he could not defeat Long Da, there was still the gorilla demon. The gorilla demon's strength was enough to crush everything. Although he had wasted an opportunity to attack, this opportunity was used when he was in danger. If he had become stronger, he would naturally not have needed the gorilla demon to attack. Can you give me some true dragon chi? Long Da was rendered speechless by Li Lingtian's nonchalant attitude. In front of this human, he felt like he had punched into cotton. Then, his attitude softened. He knew that he had been hit on the soft spot. Of course I have dragon energy, and I also have the blood of a true dragon. However, I naturally won't take out such an item so easily unless you follow. I'll help you increase your strength. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Long De. Although the poison Wyrm was only at Tier 6, it was a Tier 7 existence previously. He was currently lacking helpers. If this poison flood dragon followed him, it could also help him solve many problems. True dragon's blood, how can I believe what you said? The flood dragon was shocked by the blood of the true dragon, but it didn't say anything about following it. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that it cared about the blood of the true dragon. Whether it was humans or demonic beasts, they all cared about powerful strength. If the poison flood dragon obtained the blood of a true dragon, he would become a member of the dragon race. With the powerful strength of the dragon race, no one would not flock to it. Look at this and you will know. My little companion is outside. As long as you satisfy me, I can let you obtain the blood of a true dragon and let you become a true dragon. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and summoned the roaring dragon combat halberd. Instantly, a powerful burst of demonic power erupted. After Li Lingtian attained the martial honored realm and the true dragon's body barrier reached level 3, the roaring dragon battle halberd's divine weapon's power was unleashed. Even though it was only a sliver of the power of a divine artifact, it was enough to make it difficult for a saint artifact to withstand. A divine artifact was a divine artifact. No matter how powerful a divine artifact was, it was not a match for a divine artifact. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd, the divine weapon of the true dragon clan, the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd, is in your hands. Are you from the dragon clan? When Long De saw the Roar Dragon Battle Halberd, he was excited because he knew that this Roar Dragon Battle Halberd was a divine weapon of the dragon race. It was also the most magical and symbolic divine weapon. The only explanation for this human obtaining the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd was that this human was also a member of the dragon race, and a very important one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Moreover, there was also an open secret, which was the divine weapon of the dragon clan. Even if the dragon clan was destroyed, as long as the dragon clan was unwilling, this Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd would not appear, and no one could obtain it. The fact that Li Lingtian was able to obtain the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd meant that he was a member of the dragon tribe. Long De looked at Li Lingtian in shock and asked in horror. Chapter 355, Subduing, 1. I can be said to be from the dragon clan, but I can also be said to not be. Li Lingtian completely ignored Long De's shock. He knew that there were some things about him that humans and demons could not understand. There was no need for him to explain them one by one because he did not have the obligation to do so. He was a human, but he had signed a friendly contract with Little White. He had also promised the Dragon Clan to take care of Little White. The Dragon Clan had also given him 3 powerful mysterious treasures. It was not wrong to say that he was from the dragon race because he had tempered his body with dragon energy and cultivated the true dragon body protection. He was completely a super expert of the dragon race. So, you are a member of the Dragon Clan. If you can make me a dragon, I will follow you. Long De was extremely excited. This human was not simple. He did not expect that he was actually a member of the Dragon Clan. If he really was a member of the dragon race, why couldn't he follow him? As long as he could become a member of the dragon race, and after becoming a member of the dragon race, he would have to be led by this human. Recover your cultivation first. After we get out, I'll find time to give you the blood of a true dragon and let you become a true dragon. Li Lingtian's expression was calm and collected. When he spoke to Long De, he was like a superior speaking to his subordinates. Even though Long De did not like such a gesture, he did not care about anything else when he heard Li Lingtian's words. After saying that, Li Lingtian released his divine consciousness and the dragon energy in the divine dragon ring surged out. A stream of pure dragon energy then pressed down on Long De. Long De was stunned when he felt the destructive force pressing down on him. He thought that Li Lingtian was going to kill him. However, when he realized that the destructive force was pure dragon energy, he understood what Li Lingtian was going to do. He was excited because Li Lingtian wanted to use dragon energy to temper its body and restore its cultivation. Roar! Roar! Longda roared in pain as the poisonous fog was refined. The dragon energy was also continuously absorbed into his body, and his body was continuously strengthened. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian waved his hand and the dragon energy in the air vanished. He turned his eyes to Longda and the latter revealed a satisfied expression. Roar! Longda roared again. This time, he roared excitedly. His entire body changed drastically and he transformed into a huge flood dragon. However, he now had a trace of true dragon chi. In other words, he had become half a dragon. As long as he obtained the blood of a true dragon, he could mutate into a true dragon. An explosive force filled the passageway. Li Lingtian furrowed his brows. He could not withstand such a terrifying force. What are you shouting for? That is this little achievement worth being so excited about, that if I let you reach the 9th step or even higher, it would be strange if you didn't go crazy. Li Lingtian snorted and pursed his lips at Longda. If it were any other powerhouse, they would definitely be so scared that they would not dare to speak when facing a 7th-tier demonic beast, but he came to mock Longda. He was right. If there was a chance in the future, the powerful demonic beasts that followed him would definitely surpass the 9th-tier existence. What do you know? 9th rank. A higher realm? Are you joking? Longda was also unconvinced, but he did not dare to say anything more. He only said softly with dissatisfaction. Rank 7 was enough for him to cultivate for countless years, but now this human said rank 9. What do I not know? Remember, in the future, when you speak in front of this young master, you must understand the difference between superiority and inferiority. Li Lingtian glared at Longda and the entire passageway was instantly engulfed in flames. The 9 Suns' sacred flame engulfed the entire passageway. This flame had the power to burn everything in the world. Even Longda was almost instantly refined. This was because this was his natal fire, the sacred body of blazing flames, and the essence of the 9 Suns' sacred flame. What was the 9 Suns' sacred flame? It was the 9 Suns' Saint Lord's flames. The 9 Yang Saint Lord was an existence similar to a divine lord in the upper world. He was also the reincarnation of the 9 Yang Saint Lord. 9 Suns' sacred flame, 9 Suns' Saint Lord. The experts of the divine martial continent naturally did not know about the existence of the 9 Yang Saint Lord. However, they knew quite a bit about a powerful demonic beast like Longda. He did not expect that this human in front of him actually had the 9 Suns' sacred flame. It seemed that this human's background was extremely mysterious. Li Lingtian ignored Longda's shock. The 9 Suns' sacred flame vanished and he turned to walk toward the end of the passageway. Seeing that Li Lingtian had left, Longda pondered for a moment before he transformed into a human form with his flood dragon's voice and shot toward Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian kept sprinting forward. After some time, he entered a halo. In this halo, it was as if he had entered a hot spring. His body gradually floated into the distance. Seconds ticked by. After a full 3 hours, Li Lingtian had entered a murky pool of water where his divine consciousness could not extend. Even his line of sight was limited to about 10 meters. Another 3 hours passed and Li Lingtian swam quickly. Tong! With a soft splash, Li Lingtian left the water and came to the surface. Whoosh! His body flashed and he quickly flew into the air. He looked around and realized that this place was an endless sea. He still didn't know where to go. Boom! At this moment, Longda also flew out, but the commotion was not small. Li Lingtian was speechless. He did not use his brain when he did things and was always impatient. He sized up the direction and quickly flew in one direction. With his cultivation, even if he did not know the direction, he could still sense the direction of the shore and not fly deeper. I'm finally back. Finally, after 5 hours of flight, they finally arrived at the shore. Seeing this place, they knew that they were not flying in the wrong direction. This was because this was the territory of Snowcloud City, and he had passed by this place once before. It was the place he passed by on his way from Snowcloud City to Vast Heaven City. Li Lingtian began to ponder upon seeing this. Take back your aura. Li Lingtian was silent for a moment before he shouted at Long Da behind him. Long Da's powerful and terrifying aura was shocking. Then, his body flashed and he quickly flew towards the great city of heaven. After 3 days, they arrived at Vast Heaven City once again. However, the current Vast Heaven City was no longer as glorious as it had been before. Dishi family was destroyed by a young man on the day of their wedding, and 3 super powerful warriors were killed in one move. The entire city was shocked, and the young man's name quickly spread throughout the Azure continent. Currently, although Vast Heaven City was still under the Dishi family's control, the Dishi family in Vast Heaven City had restrained themselves quite a bit, because some of their super powerful warriors had died, and some had disappeared. After Li Lingtian arrived at Vast Heaven Great City, he did not hide his presence at all. Instead, he swiftly flew across the sky. With a wave of his hand, a meteor shower descended. Immediately, a rain of fire with a radius of 100 meters fell from the sky. Countless martial artists were directly destroyed, and countless buildings were turned into ashes. Li Lingtian, it's Li Lingtian, wasn't he killed? He died. Why is he here? Run. Vast Heaven City was 100,000 miles in radius. Li Lingtian was not here to kill this warrior but to warn the disciples of the Dishi family in Vast Heaven City that the Shi family would become history. All the way, he flew straight towards Dishi family. Wherever he went, destructive attacks struck down. Li Lingtian's appearance was noticed by countless powerful warriors from the Dishi family. Instantly, hundreds of martial honors in the sky stepped forward with fear on their faces. Although this young man was only at the martial royal realm, he had destroyed the Dishi family that day, killed half of their disciples, and even killed their super powerful warriors. He's not a martial emperor. He's actually a martial honored realm. The few level 3 or 4 supreme realm powerhouses were shocked and they saw Li Lingtian's cultivation base. A while ago, Li Lingtian was still a tier 7 or 8 martial emperor. However, he was eventually killed after a great battle. Now, he had reappeared. However, the young man who had been killed had actually reached the martial honored realm. They could not worry about anything else except Li Lingtian's existence. When he was at the martial royal realm, he had already killed a 7th level martial honored realm expert in an instant. Now that he was at the martial honored realm, he did not know how powerful he was. Dishi family, listen. I'm back. Dishi family will become history. Li Lingtian looked at the hundreds of revered martial artists in the distance and spoke loudly. He was not afraid of the hundreds of revered martial artists in front of him at all. On the contrary, he was filled with fighting spirit. The tens of millions of martial artists in Vast Heaven City were all stunned when they saw the young man in the sky. Although Vast Heaven City belonged to the Dishi family, not everyone belonged to the Dishi family. In fact, the Dishi family only had a small number of powerful warriors who controlled the lifeline of Vast Heaven City. Now, the super powerful warriors of Dishi family had been killed. If they killed some of these supreme realm warriors, Vast Heaven City would be under a new owner. They could not wait for Li Lingtian to wipe out the Dishi family so that Vast Heaven City could be reshuffled. Arrogant. The only 5th level supreme realm warrior of Dishi family said angrily. Dishi Mingfeng was also a proud son of Dishi family. However, when he came out of his secluded cultivation, he found that Dishi family was destroyed, and most of its disciples were killed. A few supreme realm warriors were also gone. He was shocked. After learning about what happened that day, Li Lingtian's hatred for him had grown. If Li Lingtian was still alive, he would have killed him. Now, this young man who was rumored to have fallen had appeared again. Moreover, he had even advanced to the supreme realm. How could he tolerate this? After saying that, a shocking aura surged out of his body. He did not believe how powerful a first-level martial-honored realm was. Heaven-extinguishing Guyan. In a flash, a destructive attack was launched at Li Lingtian. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the attack had crossed 100 miles and arrived above Li Lingtian. You overestimate yourself. Li Lingtian looked at the attack from the 5th-level Supreme Realm with disdain. However, he would not be so careless after the lesson of the previous destruction. With the thought that a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, he circulated all the true essence in his body and waved his hands. A ball of flames and a ball of ice appeared. Instantly, an aura of death and destruction erupted in the air. Chapter 356, Exterminating the Dishi Family. The destructive and deadly power spread in the air. Countless powerful warriors under vast Heaven City, as well as Dishi family warriors, sensed this terrifying power. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian shot out a beam of light. The beam of light ignored the distance in space and headed straight for the destructive attack in the sky. The extermination aura made countless experts tremble in fear. Rumble. The two destructive attacks collided, producing a shocking explosion. Along with the explosion, a destructive light spread out. Instantly, the air was destroyed as well. Dishi Mingfeng's attack was destroyed, and the light beam quickly pressed down on Dishi Mingfeng. Do it. The hundreds of revered martial artists didn't expect that Dishi Mingfeng's attack would be cancelled out by just one attack. They were all shocked. They saw that the power of the light beam didn't weaken, but became even stronger. All the Supreme Realm experts attacked at the same time, unleashing powerful attacks. Rumble. In an instant, the light pillar was destroyed, but countless Supreme Realm experts were also shocked and injured. Beneath vast Heaven City, the tens of millions of martial artists watched the young man in the air with admiration. One move caught hundreds of Supreme Realm experts off guard. Thunderclap wings. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and the thunderclap wings appeared. Immediately, a glowing stone flashed between his brows and the heavenly fault sword appeared before him. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a ball of light appeared. Suddenly, a destructive sword will shot up into the sky. Li Lingtian was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed as he hovered in the air. He looked at the ball of light in his hand and the spinning heavenly fault sword in front of him seriously. Not good, be careful. It's the myriad returning swords. Use the heaven and earth origin formation. Be careful. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's sword will and the sacred weapon longsword in front of him, the hundreds of martial honors from the Dishi family were shocked. Their expressions changed drastically. Myriad swords return. Isn't this the legendary divine power of the sword path? With a single strike, 10,000 swords fly together and destroy the world. I think he used myriad returning swords the last time. However, a few super experts were only injured and didn't die. I wonder how powerful the myriad returning swords will be this time. What a terrifying sword intent. Countless experts who were watching the battle below felt the destructive sword intent and began to discuss. For a moment, vast Heaven City was in an uproar. Amidst the discussions of countless powerhouses, Li Lingtian clapped his hand. Instantly, a world of swords was formed within 100 meters of him. There were tens of thousands of profound level weapons and sharp swords, and there were countless emperor weapons in the middle. This time, there were more swords than the last time. This was because Li Lingtian had obtained the treasures from the mountain behind the stone tablet. As long as it was a sword-type weapon, he would refine it and add it into the myriad returning swords. Now, there were more than 1,000 sharp swords, and there were more than 10 imperial artifacts. There were even more than 10 heaven-tier sharp swords. The shocking sword intent transformed the 10,000 swords into sword silks, forming a sword net. Tens of thousands of sharp swords spun around, forming a shocking sword net. As Li Lingtian walked forward step by step, the world of swords followed him. Upon seeing this scene, over 100 revered martial artists were stunned. The experts of vast heaven city below were also shocked. At that moment, Li Lingtian had arrived 10 miles away from the Dishi family's formation. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a rain of sharp swords shot out. However, there was a slight connection between the sword rain. This wasn't a single sword rain, but a sword formation that complemented each other. Its power was tens of thousands of times stronger than a single sword. The air was devoured by destruction. The sword intent was retracted, and it carried a sharp sword as it bombarded the formation. Hundreds of Supreme Realm experts supported the heaven and earth origin returning array and poured endless true essence into the array. When they saw the destructive sharp sword in the air shooting over, their faces were extremely pale. In front of this sword formation, their minds and confidence were completely destroyed. Rumble. With a crisp explosion, tens of thousands of sharp swords followed Li Lingtian's divine consciousness and left Li Lingtian's side. They struck the array formation fiercely. The sword was the master of all weapons in the world. The sword was the king of all weapons. The sword was incomparably sharp. More than 10,000 sharp swords bombarded the array formation. The heaven-grade heaven and earth origin returning array could not resist at all and instantly dissipated. Chi, the array shattered, and hundreds of revered martial artists were exposed to the sword array. Tens of thousands of mystic artifacts, imperial artifacts, and heaven artifacts bombarded the sword array. There were even saint artifacts leading the sword array. The destructive power was unstoppable. In an instant, hundreds of revered martial artists died continuously. 10,000 swords pierced through their hearts and died. The destructive sword chi and sword light shattered hundreds of revered martial artists. With a final scream, the thousands of swords returned to Li Lingtian like birds returning to their nests. Li Lingtian made a grabbing motion with one hand and the tens of thousands of sharp swords turned into a light shadow and disappeared. They formed a ball of light and entered Li Lingtian's hand. The holy weapon, the heavenly fault sword, entered Li Lingtian's glabella. Hundreds of Supreme Realm experts had all died. In vast heaven city, tens of millions of martial artists had personally witnessed this young man annihilate hundreds of revered martial artists with a single strike. At this moment, their hearts could no longer withstand the impact of this reality, and countless experts coughed out a mouthful of blood. Facing such shocking power, they could no longer withstand it. This was even more terrifying than an attack. At that moment, Li Lingtian flashed and returned the storage pouches and weapons to his hands one by one. Then, he flashed and quickly disappeared from the center of the Dishi family's palace. 2 hours later, Li Lingtian's figure turned into a white shadow as he left vast heaven city quickly. From the beginning to the end, the middle-aged man who was with Li Lingtian did not utter a single word or make a move. Instead, he hovered in the air. Only when Li Lingtian left the Dishi family did he leave with Li Lingtian. Dishi family is destroyed. This time, it's truly destroyed. What a terrifying sword intent. One move of the return of 10,000 swords killed over 100 Supreme Realm warriors of the Dishi family. Is this still a martial honor? Myriad returning swords is definitely not an ordinary heaven-grade divine ability. Could it be that he has evolved it into a saint-tier skill? The true chaos in vast heaven city has begun. It's time for the reshuffling of the ranks in vast heaven city. After Li Lingtian left, vast heaven city was in an uproar. This move had become a shadow in the hearts of countless experts in vast heaven city. The Dishi family had become history. However, countless powerful warriors were confused. According to the legends, the Dishi family had 3 great elders, but none of them showed up during the destruction of the Dishi family. Had they died long ago? Li Lingtian was also puzzled by this. He was ready to eliminate the 3 supreme elders, but the destruction of hundreds of Supreme Realm warriors meant the destruction of the Dishi family's foundation. However, the three legendary martial emperor powerhouses did not appear. As such, he felt puzzled. This time, the destruction of Dishi family was not a complete success. Moreover, it had brought him trouble. He might be attacked by martial emperors at any time. Li Lingtian flew at high speed. He had been separated from Ji Yi and Qing Ling for too long, and he missed the two little beauties. Besides, he believed that they had already known that he was killed in Dishi family. They must still be very worried now. When they thought of this, they felt very sorry. Swoosh. After leaving vast Heaven City for tens of thousands of miles, Li Lingtian took out his spaceship and brought Longda to a mountain peak. After flying for a full 2 hours, the spaceship came to a stop and hovered in the air. Li Lingtian instructed Longda to stand guard on the spaceship before he left the spaceship in a flash. In front of a cave, Li Lingtian cast a series of incantations before sending a secret voice-sending message into the cave. Immediately, the cave's restriction was activated and Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue walked out. Ling Tian, are you alright? Young master, how are you? Dishi family was destroyed, right? When the two peerless beauties arrived in front of Li Lingtian, the worried expression on their faces finally disappeared. Tang Qingyue did not hesitate at all. She extended her snow-white hand to hold Li Lingtian's hand as she asked seriously. Huangfu Yuyan did not argue with Li Lingtian this time and casually addressed him as young master. It's fine. Dishi family has been destroyed. Li Lingtian smiled as he noticed the change in the two beauties. Tang Qingyue was 2 years older than him, but she still looked like a little girl. It was the same for Huangfu Yuyan. Although she was a martial saint, she had always been cultivating and did not care about the world. She was a proud child of the heavens and had reached martial arts grandmaster at the age of 16 or 17. Her appearance had also stopped at the age of 17. To describe the two beauties as peerless beauties, he felt that he was at a loss for words. Li Lingtian followed Tang Qingyue and the other man into the cave. Li Lingtian waited for the two of them as they began to pack up. This time, Li Lingtian did not bring Tang Genji and Huangfu Yuyan into the city when he visited the Dishi family. Instead, he found a place not far away from vast Heaven City to settle them down. Soon, the two of them packed up everything and the three of them left the cave abode. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian conjured a beam shield to hold Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan by his side before he swiftly flew toward the spaceship in the sky. Li Lingtian let Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan rest in the spaceship's room after they boarded the spaceship. He then steered the spaceship toward Snowcloud City. In half an hour, Li Lingtian taught Longda how to control the spaceship. Now, Longda was piloting the spaceship. Li Lingtian returned to his room to rest. Although the battle was short, it had given him a great insight that there were no tricks in front of a super powerhouse. Every time they attacked, they would destroy the world and wipe out the world with one move. He was at the first level of martial honored realm, and he had performed the innumerable swords to the origin. If he met a stronger 9th level warrior, he would end up like a martial honored realm warrior of Dishi family. Therefore, strength was the most important. However, what made him happy was that his myriad returning swords had already exceeded the scope of a heaven-grade divine power. However, there was no standard to what extent it had reached. It was at least a top-notch heaven-tier divine power. If he could evolve the myriad returning swords to the extreme or the state of perfection, he would definitely reach the low-level saint tier. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.